Hello, hello, hello. How is everyone doing today? I hope you guys are good. I hope you guys are well rested in whatever time zone you may be in, and all that good stuff. Let's start off by saying hello to some of the people in the chat. Hello, Alex Lamia. Hello, Selena Black. Hello, DJ Chirio. Hello, Mookie Mook. Hello, Aries 901. Hello, Neapolitan Goblin. Hello, Blue Roses. Hello, Morty Ferem. Hello, Zaylee. And welcome in. I hope you guys are all doing great and you guys are ready for some D&D. Hello, Elsa Dice. And hello, The Juice. Yeah, you're just in time, just in time. I hope you guys are, doing well. What did you guys eat? Eat anything interesting? Anything good? Did you guys eat at all today? I hope so. Pizza. What kind of pizza is the question. And do you support pineapple on pizza is my second question. All right, let's go ahead and start from the left. Hello, Cass. Go take ahead.
Good, oh good. Hello, hello. How are you? I am sorry if my voice is a little. We're back. Okay, turning on the streamer voice. Hello. I hope we are all doing very well today. I am your resident, not zombie today. Thyra. I don't know. I keep forgetting always to do these little things of like, I am this character, by the way. And this is who I am. I always forget to. I don't know whether we need to, but it's fine at this point. Anyway, that was a great intro. That was a 10 out of 10. What do you think, Tucker?
Beautiful. But yes, guess who's back? We're back. We're so fucking back. Yes, Dalgona here as Whispers. Super excited to play again. Been far too long. I did need to rest my brain though. It was so funny because I went camping. That's where I was. I was out in the middle of the woods. And then I came back and immediately drew like 8 character designs. And I was like, wow, each of these slap. It's great. So it was a much needed mental break. But yeah, super glad to be back, y'all.
I think it's
Nice.
my turn. Hi, I'm Chirio. I'm playing Lottie. I exist. And I hope everyone's having a great day today. Heart emoji. Pew pew pew. Okay, Numpty, how are you?
I am good. I did not expect you to throw it to me so quick. What the heck? I was typing.
Gotta be on your toes.
I am Numpty. Hello, it's me. I am also the tall feathered man in the background there, Mortarian, with his open shirt because he doesn't like buttons apparently. And yeah, I am excited to play some D&D and be a menace. Zaylee?
And we're. Wait, sorry. Sorry, the chicken took over. Anyways, I am Jaylee. I play Alarie, and yeah, on to them. Bye.
I was just speedrunning these intros.
Hello, friends. I'm Dominic. I am your DM for this journey in our world of Atlas. I do want to give a bit, as we have highlighted in our, as Chirio has so nicely pinned in our top of our chat. For those of you who have been with us last session, you know that one of our characters, the lovely and enigmatic Whispers, is currently in like a mental health coma. So you will almost certainly see a very fictionalized representation of mental health today. Just want to once again say things like psionics and, someone who's going to magically go into your head and fix your mental health is not real, so far as I know, although we do have therapists. Just want to really state, I'm not a mental health professional, guys. This is all fictional representation. And yeah, if you do struggle with mental health, whatever demons you have, strongly urge you to go to therapy because that really helped me. So yes, there will be fictionalized representation of mental health. Lastly, I have had a number of requests from people who might have joined our campaign a little late or maybe don't remember things that happened almost 4 months ago. So for the rest of this campaign, which is just one more session after this, I will be giving a full campaign summary of the salient points. So just look forward to that. If you are new here, don't worry. I custom curated and tailored this for you. But yeah, really excited for you guys to join this journey. We only have one more session after this. I'll do some announcements at the end, but for now, just pass it over to Vogue.
Alrighty, I realized that everybody introduced themselves, and I did not. I play the best character ever. I'm also jet lagged. If you haven't noticed, I just came back to my place of origin. I don't know if that's the right word. I came back to the place that I'm currently living, and I'm sleep deprived and not so I'm gonna be a little bit loopy. But it's all right because we're here, and I'm going to rely on the wonderful cast to carry me while I limp around like a
The
crazy
wonderful
drunk
sleepy
sailor.
cast. Mhm.
Yeah. The
Do you notice
wonderful.
how
Huh?
you're like, oh, I play the best character, and then proceeds
Uh-huh.
not to introduce your character?
Oh yes, Caldwell Sutherland. He is the best. He is the best. He is
He suddenly goes very
undeniably
Cockney.
the best.
You sure about that, Sharon? You sure about that?
Caldwell
My
Sutherland.
name is Caldwell Sutherland.
Oi,
I'm
bro.
kind of a dick.
I think we all know that the best character is deceased, and that is Lilas Bliss.
Mm.
Yeah.
Oh my
That's true.
god! Like
Pour one out for the
seriously.
homie.
One for my homie.
All right. With that said, I don't think we have any origin audio today, but we will be leading with a bit of a recap from our dear DM, Dominic. With that said, we're going to move over to the main chat, and if everyone can put a W in the chat or an approve for our wonderful DM.
Yes, praise me. I am the DM god. All right. Let me change that backing photo real quick. Because we're going to use our lovely campaign landing page for the summary. Okay. So you might be wondering, exactly how did we get here? And that is precisely what I am going to tell you. Our band of misfits were captured by Lucius Veritor, a Principate slaver. They fought their way free and found he was transporting an eldritch item, an almost rounded, egg-like chest, covered in orcish runes and jagged cracks that glowed blue light. Electing Thyra as the captain, they sailed to Reverie, Caldwell and Scarlet's home, and a haven for pirates and cutthroats. Once arrived and docked, their ship was blown up by Alarie in what was my favorite moment of the campaign so far, who unwisely decided to mix some unknown substances while repairs were ongoing. Meanwhile, the rest of our band met two important people from Caldwell's past, his adopted mother, Madame Devereaux, and his nemesis, Captain Blackheart Braxton, whom it is revealed killed both of his parents and ate their hearts. The party meets up with an old friend of Scarlet, Whisper, and Alarie. Lilas Bliss, an accomplice mage and favorite character, who offers to try to identify the chest and sends them to the ancient orcish ruin of Zel Hakar. The morning of their departure, Alarie is contacted by a mysterious organization that she seems familiar with, called the Synapse Concord, a group of scions, which are mental magicians. She is warned by them to fear the silver-eyed elf. The trip to Zelhakar is fruitful, revealing the egg the party had found was actually a seal of thalassics, an ancient creature of the god Grumsh who was sealed during the Avatar War. A terrible five-headed hydra. If released, its sliver of divinity that gives it its power could threaten the entirety of the Rao Ocean. Mortarian is granted a vision by his patron, and seems to have some connection to the mysterious fallen deity Shar, the Nightbringer. Rushing back to Reverie, the party finds Lilas dead and the seal taken by the silver-eyed elf Alarie was warned of. Though he doesn't identify himself, Alarie recognizes him as one of the 7 archmages of the Novum Principate, a powerful empire to the west intent on expansion. He tells them of his plan to remove the final seal on Thalassics and usher in a new era. As our band of misfits honors their fallen friend, Lilas, with a pyre, alarm bells rang in Reverie. Blackheart Braxton betrayed Reverie, allying himself with the Principate and sparking an invasion by one of their fleets. The party, on request of the Captain's Council, hunts Braxton through the fiery streets of Reverie, facing him in front of the remains of the Crimson Lantern, where Caldwell was raised, and the site of his most recent loss, Madame Devereux. Caldwell, filled with rage, is unwilling to give Braxton a quick death. Giving into his darker side in this moment of revenge, he brutally tortures the dying Braxton, who responds not with anger but with glee, taunting Caldwell. Enraged by this, Caldwell brutally tortures him. And as Braxton lays, clinging onto the last tendrils of life, Caldwell attempts a single, final act of brutality, eating Braxton's heart. Mortarian and Whispers intervene, grabbing his arm so the blade kills Braxton instead, putting his final revenge forever out of his reach. But did they succeed in saving his very soul? I suppose we'll have to find out. The following days are spent rebuilding what can be rebuilt and trying to pick up the pieces of what was lost in the invasion of Reverie. Scarlet takes Braxton's black heart and buries it out in the jungle, fearful that Caldwell will come for it. At the Captain's Council, Caldwell claims his place as Braxton's successor, taking his ship's property and remaining men for himself. Seizing his old ship, the Fervor, he and the rest of his party make their way to the ocean city of Telviera, on request of the Cannon King, for though the Principate is defeated, the greater threat of Thalassics still remains. On their journey, Mortarian and Whispers discuss their shared home of Telviera. Whispers shares a bit of her story, born to a mother who loved her, and a stepfather who saw her only as an heir to the powerful Stromhouse name. As her and Mortarian discuss their past and future, they share a name they both recognize, one of the few Mortarian does. Leonardo Stantoro, Whisper's fiance's business partner. As Mortarian confronts her, he reveals that Leonardo had abandoned him and others at a colony in the Teeth called Project Eternita. Whispers becomes overwhelmed with emotion, screaming out in pain and defiance that she had nothing to do with it, but that she had killed her fiancé. This causes her to fall comatose, overwhelmed by the trauma of what she's done, what she's heard. This revelation cuts deep. No healing spell could rouse her. No appeal from her friends could bring her back. So the Fervor sailed onward towards Telviera, until it reached a place from Scarlet's past, a name she utters only in her most vulnerable moments. Malachi's menagerie of magical mayhem. The floating carnival that once held her body and soul in chains. Malachi, ever the showman, greeted them with fanfare and illusion, parading creatures through his twisted stage, abused, starved, and broken. Scarlet watched in silence, a storm building within. And then, without hesitation, she ended his threat for good. Justice. Swift. Final. Brutal. And yet whispers slumbered on. Haunted by her silence, Alarie recalled a name, a scion, once apprenticed to her elusive father, Thyra, a recluse said to dwell in Telviera, one who had pioneered the healing of fractured minds. With hope as their compass, the party sought out Orun. And yet, their search did not go unnoticed. In the winding streets of Telviera, a veiled figure began to follow them. When they gave chase, the figure vanished in the crowd like a whisper. At last, they reached the Eyrie, the hidden sanctum of a room, heir to Thalorian's legacy. At Alarie's request, Arun agreed to help. He followed them to the fervor, where whispers lay still, her mind locked behind walls no healing magic. Breach. So, it is there, in the stillness of the ship's cabin, with hope flickering like a dying lantern, that we return to our heroes. You have all gathered in the largest cabin, probably Caldwell's, where Whispers has been moved. As you all stand around, you can see it's been 7, 8, 9 days since Whispers first fell into her coma during her argument with Mortarian. You see the paleness of skin. You see the sweat on her brow. Orun, the Earth Genasi scion, leans over her, studying. Alarie, you can see through your eyes that have unlocked the secrets of scions. There is a brown energy emanating from him that seems to almost encompass Whispers, who lies there. For the rest of you, you just see him examining her. The granite texture of his skin, very different than the soft blue wispiness of her hair. As he spends about 5 minutes examining her, he turns back to you and says, I'm afraid it is worse than I imagined. She is deep behind mental walls that will be difficult to penetrate. What so caused her to recede so deeply into herself?
Um, I'm not very sure. Um, Mortarian's with us, right?
Yeah, I would say, I mean, unless someone would not want to be, you are all sort of gathered around your fallen friend's bedside.
Yeah, so Alaria just like takes a glance at Mortarian, but doesn't say anything.
He is sort of trying to ignore that.
He's like, don't look at me.
And so she looks back to Orun and asks him, is there anything I can help with? Um, Anything we can do to help her wake up?
There are methods of which I can connect with her. But this act is no healing magic. We must enter the dream, the nightmare that this person is stuck in. And we must convince her to overcome her fears, overcome her trauma, so that she may gain the power to emerge. It is not so much a healing as a communication, a dialogue. Often, sometimes, knowing we are not alone is enough. Sometimes it is not. I'm afraid I can make no promises, but I will try my best to pull your friend from, well, wherever her mind is trapped. I do not and cannot do this alone. One of you must accompany. The connection I will build will be but a bridge between the two of you, with all of my focused on that rather than truly bringing the person back. You may wish to discuss among yourselves who may be most well suited to this task. We will have but one chance at this. Think deeply. Think without emotion. Decide which of you is most fit to act in this particular scenario.
I suppose a person with good mental fortitude is needed. I suppose that'd be.
It is not.
Asking this to him.
It is not so much mental fortitude. Someone who may have a connection or an understanding. Someone who is a friend, an ally, a trusted voice. Imagine instead of being in this coma, she was instead crying in a distant corner. Whom would go to comfort her? Whom would be trusted to understand, to sympathize, to empathize? Perhaps someone who maybe has been through something similar, or someone who can reach out a hand of understanding and empathy. We all have those people in our lives whom we trust, those we confide in, those we believe in.
Alarie turns to Scarlet and she goes, "What do you think? Think you're up for it?" Just a bird. Yeah, I'll change into a cat.
Notably, Arun does not look surprised by this change.
I'm not surprised that he's not surprised. He has some mental stuff going on.
He is also not surprised that you're not surprised that he's not surprised.
And I look at him, and he looks at me. And I look at
He
him.
sort of reaches over and like very gently grabs you, like lifts you by like but he like kind of splays out a hand under your belly and lifts you up. His skin is interesting. It is warm, but it is hard like stone. He sort of lifts you up and meets your eyes. And he cocks his head.
I cock my head back like I'm ready to go save her.
Cobble gets up from where he's seated in the corner of the room. This is a waste of bloody time. And he leaves the room.
Arun sort of looks at the receding Caldwell and shakes his head and says, "Not all are able to greet the empathy it must take. to do something of this. If your friend does not believe in this, it is best he is not here.
That being said, can one of you go make sure he doesn't get into trouble, please?
I
Captain?
shall take that.
Okay.
I shall take that opportunity. I slink away after him.
Okay. As Mortarian leaves the room, a rune refocuses on you, Scarlet, and says, I will warn you, young Fae. This is not an activity without risk. Are you sure you wish to undertake this with me?
I'm sure she would do the same for me. And I couldn't save my mom. Maybe I can help her save hers. And to do that, she needs to be here. So I'm ready. I will do what it takes.
Okay. Empty your mind. Focus on me, and I will build the bridge between you and her. As you, Scarlet, as you look deeply into his eyes, your vision begins to start to blur. Not like you're losing focus, but like pink and brown mist is beginning to cover your eyes. Those of you who look, you can see Arun's eyes and Scarlet's eyes begin to mist together as they build this mental connection. Alarie, with your vision of psychic power, you see almost an aura emerge from Arun before wrapping around Scarlet, extending far towards the sleeping whispers before enveloping her as well. Scarlet,
Mhm.
as the mist clears, you see a theater. Gold leafed walls shimmer dimly under a phantom light. Their carving of muses and angels frozen in silent judgment. The air is thick, unmoving, like the breathless pause before a storm. Above, lightning claws silently across a sky of churning gray, casting warped shadows across the colonnades and arched balconies. In those balconies sit countless shadowed figures, their forms hunched and half seen. The center of it all, on the stage, stands Whispers, alone in the spotlight's cold glow. Her voice trembles through the vast, echoing space. Clear, lovely, and completely at odds with the tears streaming down her face. Her gown shivers with each forced breath, its silk clinging like a second skin. Her face is etched in exhaustion, her shoulders slumped. The voice carries loud, beautiful, unearthly. But in the pauses, you hear whispers from the crowd. Look at her skin. Clearly, her mother couldn't even strangle her correctly. Such a disappointment. It's no surprise her fiancé killed himself rather than marry her. Carrying her drove her mother mad, they say. She had to be institutionalized. You see streams of tears down Whisper's face. Whispers, you have been locked in this hellscape, this nightmare, forced to perform over and over while the crowd echoes disappointment. You don't know if it's been days or months or years, but you can feel your mind fractured, breaking. You hear the voice of Lucio, your fiance, words he would never say about how you disappointed him, how you killed him. You hear Mortarian's voice as he revealed his feelings about the death of Lucio Benedetti. Good. Whispers, in this moment, how are you feeling? Describe to me what's going on in this hellscape of whispers. Trauma.
Um, okay, so she's up there. She's probably heard most of this stuff before. Like she's like, if not from other people, certainly from her own head. She's just kind of tried to shove it down. Um, and yeah, I think she's just uh enveloped this is kind of like her, like this is the lowest point. She uh yeah, has been really just holding it in this whole time, and the dam is breaking. Um,
Yeah.
can't hold it in forever. So
And you can see both Scarlet and Whispers. As these comments hit deeper and deeper, you see the storm above strengthens. Lightning begins to crack down, soundless but flashing, sort of giving a harsh glow to Whisper's sort of weathered, exhausted face. Scarlet, as you sort of take this in, Whispers, you feel something has changed, but you can't quite tell what it is yet. Because you've always felt like you were not alone in here, but that feeling is somehow beginning to intensify. Scarlet, what are you doing?
Am I in okay, this is her mental space. Am I in cat form like I went in, or would I be in fairy form?
Um, I guess Whispers, when you think of Scarlet, what form do you think of her in?
um,
Or like bird, parrot? I that's also an option, by the way.
I think she would. I think she would probably think of bird first, because
Okay.
that's what she's usually in.
Yeah. Then you, as you look down, Scarlet, you would see, despite the fact that you do not want to be, you are in bird form.
Okay. Can I fly closer to the stage from where I am?
You can. Um, you wing over the audience and you can see they appear human at first, but you see inhuman features on all of them. You see horns, you see faces twisted at impossible angles, some of which have melted like candle wax. Um, as you get closer, you see even more clearly than ever the exhaustion written on Whisper's face, the dark circles around her eyes, the stringiness of her hair. You see the shadows around her, almost like a red aura. She does not appear to be able to see you.
Am I within 60 feet?
You are.
Am I within 60 feet of her?
You are, yes.
I am. Can I try casting calm emotion?
Okay. You go to draw your holy magic around you, and there is nothing. The Wild Mother's touch cannot be felt here. As you do, and as you try to interact with this scape, you hear the voices in your head. Your father was right to kill your mother. He took her from you, and you are better off for it. You will be molded into the perfect creation, the perfect successor. I need you to go ahead and make a wisdom saving throw, please.
That's a 25.
Okay.
Ooh. God, it's good to be a cleric.
Right? Exactly.
You you realize that in this mental space, your god has no bearing here, but your sense of self, who you are, shows you that these voices, they don't actually know what happened. They are just reflecting Whisper's trauma back at you.
Mm.
Whispers, as this happens, you see like a blur, almost like a heat mirage in the crowd for a moment before it disappears.
I'm gonna fly closer if I can.
Okay. Yeah. You can move around the space. As you sort of wing up, you see that this is not everything here is very one dimensional. The walls are paper thin, the details in the back are unformed, and surrounding this entire space, out of Whisper's view, is just this black and gray mist.
I'm going to land on her shoulder if I can. Like find a point in her singing and dancing where she stops and just land.
Yeah, you land on her shoulder. She does not appear to notice you.
Mm,
You hear from here the like cracking of the voice as she hits these beautiful high aria notes, and she you can see now even closer the unabated stream of tears that are rolling from her eyes.
I'm gonna put my forehead against her, like her cheek, like right by her ear, if that makes sense.
Hmm.
And I'm gonna say, Whispers, it's okay to stop now. Like nuzzle into her to try to get a reaction.
Go ahead and make a charisma check for me.
What is that?
Whispers, what is your spell save DC?
My spell save DC. It's not that high. It's a 15.
I rolled
Okay.
a 16.
Okay.
Yeah.
Whispers, in this endless, horrible nightmare that represents your worst fears, because for you, every person in the crowd wears the face of your father, Berthold. You feel a moment of warmth, a distant nuzzle on your cheek. You try to turn your head, but you can't. But you hear Scarlet say, "What, Scarlet?"
You can stop now. Your feelings, they're real, but this place is not.
How? How do I stop?
Scarlet
It's
and whispers. You see the curtain open behind Whispers, and a pale figure walks out. A young man, pale skin, dark hair. He's not handsome in the conventional sense, but grins, and you can see the laughter and the smile, just like you could see the green poison dripping from the edge of his mouth. He looks to you, whispers, and says, "Why? Why did you kill me? I loved you."
I didn't mean to. I'm so sorry. I I I didn't know. I should have known. I should have known.
You
I'm sorry.
killed me. You killed our future. I loved you. I loved you. I wanted a future with you. And you killed me. Just like you'll kill your mother. You poison everything you touch. Am I right? An unnatural child can only bring death.
That is
I
not
know.
true. Wait, do I hear this? Sorry, do I hear this?
Yes, you see this figure. You don't recognize it, but you see the hollow eyes, you see the pale skin, and you feel whispers shaking under you.
Have a very angry bird on your shoulder, whispers. I like look at this thing, and I will say, that is not true. She doesn't just bring death. She brings happiness. She brings companionship. She's my friend, and you will leave her alone.
Okay. Go ahead and make another wisdom check, Scarlet.
Wisdom check or wisdom save?
Check, 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 check. Whispers,
I
do you have any
got
reaction
a
to this?
Um, I think she is. I mean, she's concentrating on Lucio right now, but
Mhm.
I think she is hearing, yeah, that little voice like fighting back, like trying to like push those thoughts away. Um, but I think this is very much like been Whisper's monologue to herself.
Mhm.
So
Yeah.
yeah, it's hard to break that
All right.
pattern.
That was a 12,
I
correct, Scarlet?
yeah.
Okay. Whispers, I need you to make either a wisdom or a charisma save.
I will be using charisma because I have a +7. So please don't fuck me over. Oh, nice. Okay, 26.
Jesus Christ, that will be enough.
Hell yes.
Whisper, for a moment, the entire scene shifts, and there's just gray mist and Lucio. On your shoulder, you see Scarlet for just a minute, panicked, panicked, shouting words that make no sense for you. And in that moment, you look back and you see Lucio how you remember him. You remember the day he brought you that bloom from distant Abyssine, the day he promised you would travel the world together, the day he promised to free you from the expectations set upon you by your father. And just for a moment, you see him alive, happy, smiling, and then he begins to fade. In this
Don't go.
moment,
Please
he
don't
turns
go.
he turns to you and he reaches out a hand and draws it across your cheek. And he says, Melody, I could never leave you. I will be with you always. I love you. You
You're my
watch,
everything.
you watch as the flower, almost as though taken by a breeze, begins to disintegrate. And it doesn't stop when the flower is consumed, but his hand begins to disintegrate away, almost like glitter on a distant wind. He smiles at you with that same half smile he always gave you and says, You're everything I ever wanted, Melody. I'll be waiting for you on the day the wind stops blowing. I love you.
I love you.
You
I
see,
don't
he
I don't know who
grins,
I am without you.
and he says, "You're free. Free from everything. Free to wander the wind. Free to sail the seas. You're free, Melody. Free. Free from guilt. Free from pain. Your life is your own. Live it. Free. Just like we always wanted."
Oh, she's she's not doing well. Yeah, I think as all this is happening, she's just yeah, absolutely. Somehow she's crying harder, because they're different tears. They're not uh, like guilt or fear. It's just pure pain. Um, and she's looking at him, and she's like, I think yeah, if Scarlett's like watching her, she sees that like Whispers is almost trying to like she's trying her hardest like not to blink because she's trying to like take in as much of his face as she can before she feels that she loses him forever.
You watch as he disintegrates and the light begins to surround him. Scarlet, you suddenly feel the presence of the divine, not the embrace of the wild mother, but a shaft of light pierces from the heavens as the clouds part. You watch as Lucio bends his head down towards Whispers, laying his head on her chest, and then just sort of leans in as the motes of light merge with Whispers. The vision begins to deconstruct, begins to fade. In this moment, is there anything either of you would like to say or do?
I'm gonna try to like. I'm still a bird. I'm gonna put like one wing behind her head and the other to kind of like help with the tears in the front of her face. I'm gonna say, it's okay to cry when we need to cry. But I think you needed this. And I think it's time for us to go home now.
I think sometimes it feels as though I'll never stop crying. It just continues inside of me.
I used to think that way too. But once you find a purpose, and once you find something that you know he would be proud of, it helps. That pain will never go away, unfortunately. It'll always be there, but it gets better. You find good things to help ease it. Things that you're proud of, things that he would be proud of. And then you'll always have the memory of him too. I like
I think
squeeze her in my wings.
yeah, I think at this point, I'm assuming Lucio's like pretty much almost gone. Um, and so Whispers is just kind of left like with her arms like out in a circle, like holding empty air. Um,
Yeah. At
and
this
so then
point,
she, yeah,
he's fully gone, but you can still hear the echo of his last statement. I'll always be with you. I'll always be with you. I'll always be with you. Okay. As this landscape of dissolves around both of you, as you two share this moment, share this embrace, whispers, you wake up back on the ship.
Yeah, I think she like she's trying to move, but like it's been a couple of weeks, so like her body is like a little stiff, a little sore. um
Yeah. You see
and yeah.
sort of a strange man over you, looking deep into your eyes. This clearly non-human figure, like almost earthen, almost granite-like skin. He's got this long, thick, curly white beard and hair. He sort of looks at you and says, "She has awoken." Leans back. You can see a bit of sweat dripping down his brow. Alarie, you see the brown and the brown and pink energy that had been surrounding them begins to dissipate.
Obi-Wan? Sorry. I thought I just saw through the veil just there.
Sort of cocks his head and says, "Perhaps she is not as taken from the dream as I thought. Are you well, child?"
Sorry. Yes. She's like, yeah, she says so. She's like, like now starting to tear up in like real life. It's just like, yeah, like as like a natural reaction. And like, I would say
The
she's probably not a pretty crier. She's like,
Yeah, a splotchy crier.
yeah.
The rest of you witness this. So Rune sort of leans back as Whispers is just like breaking out into some level of tears, and he sort of leans back and like you can tell he's got like that male uncomfortableness with a woman crying, where he doesn't really know quite what to do.
No, I'm gonna like whisper to him because he's still holding me, right? Put me
Yeah,
on the
he's
crier.
still holding you. What was that?
Put me on the crier.
Oh, of course, yes. He sort of gently lays you down, like in the crook of Melody's arm.
Snuggle
He lo-
into her.
he looks around, realizing he's the only man in the room still, and says, um, "I am glad I was able to help your friend, Alar.
Thank you.
I think there is probably items for you to discuss. I will await you on deck, Alari." He sort of looks around and you can tell like this guy is basically like a mental therapist, but like the amount of emotion and kind of estrogen in this room right now, he's like he like sort of nods and then sees himself out.
Cute. It's so cute.
Oh, Lord.
Alarie turns to Whispers and she goes, "Welcome back."
How long goes I out? Sorry. And she's like wiping her face. It's not doing much, but she's like trying to like wipe her face. But she is like she's got Scarlet in like almost a death grip.
Just
So you
purring
just
away.
use Scarlet as to wipe your tears.
I'll like put up a paw, like backwards, start wiping.
Little toe beans catching the tears. Oh. Oh, very nice.
It's okay to cry. It's okay to miss them. Him.
Yeah. Yeah. Uh, what? I thought I could hear some of you when I was. How long was I out?
Well, we're in Reverie now, so a couple weeks. Oh, no. I'm not this way. No, other way. Hang on, hang on.
Whisper like reaches up and her body just like
Rewind,
pops
rewind.
like one enormous glow stick and she's like, oh, that's why.
Rewind. Tell Piera that's what I meant to say. I had my mind it was hurt. My mind's somewhere else. I might have been away too, actually. No. Don't worry.
Well, went tell Viera now?
Mhm.
Is that what you said? Oh,
Mhm.
God. Ugh. We have to meet with my father, don't we?
Unfortunately.
It was bound to happen. It was bound to happen.
Are you okay?
Hear me out. Here's what we do. I have a plan.
Okay.
We use him. We get the location of your mother, and then we kill him. And we sacrifice his heart to the deities.
Oh.
Scarlet or Lottie is like, I'm not laughing. I'm like 100% like dead eye serious.
Serious? Whispers like looks at her and she's like, she's laughing a little, not like it's a different kind of release than the crying, and she's like, how I wish we could, but he is unfortunately an extremely powerful man here, and there would be questions.
You have an extremely sneaky assassin. Just say the word.
I will contemplate it, but like you said, I need him to get to my mother.
Mm.
Until then, we'll see.
Whatever you're comfortable with. Like nuzzle into her chin. And I like flex the other hand with claws. I'm like, but I am ready.
You say these things and you're so tiny and so cute.
They'll never see me coming.
She did sacrifice the heart to our pet chest, if I recall.
I look around and I'm like, well, thank you, all of you. I don't think I could have come out of that if it wasn't for all of you.
Glad to have you back.
Let's go kill the giant squid.
Whispers. Not a squid, but a hydra, but I love it. As you get up, you're definitely feeling the effects of your long sleep, physically, emotionally drained. You definitely need a nap, a long, restful, not coma nap in the real future. But I'd probably say discussion continues for a bit, but eventually duty calls. So now, question: Caldwell and Mortarian. While this is all going on, was there anything you wanted to do? Any conversations you wanted to have?
Sure, we can have
I
a
am
conversation.
following and avoiding being shot.
Ducking and weaving.
Hiding behind posts. Like, those like old cartoons where they're like ding 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 and then they hide behind a post.
Yeah, basically that.
It is
With this
the
giant
fucking Pink Panther theme song.
his giant wings just sticking out. Guess we could have a conversation. As I walk on the deck, just kind of like pacing the deck, I can hear a not so stealthy, possibly lumbering not, yeah, being a thing with massive wings following me, and I turn around. It's like, I can see you, right?
Yes, I knew that.
Right. Why are you here?
They said make sure you don't get in trouble. If I
Trouble?
am here, you're more likely to shoot me than someone else.
Possibly. But aren't you the reason she's like this? Shouldn't you take a bit of responsibility?
I am. If she woke up and saw my face, it might send her back.
You do have quite the ugly mug, don't you?
You have a way with words.
This is true. However, what is it that you want? Are you just
Was
bound
I?
by duty?
Oh, you don't mean just now.
Ah, if you want to make conversation, if you can even remember anything about you, well, I'm all ears, apparently. And as I say this, I look down and start tinkering with my gun, totally giving him 100% of my attention.
uh, what I do know about myself, well, you probably don't want to hear it right now anyway. You'll find out soon enough, I am sure. We are in the place of my birth, so I'm sure things will come up.
Yes. And this thing in the mist, this thing you call friend, what was it?
Well, that is a good question.
It's an important question.
Yes. And the unfortunate answer is I am not sure what it is. But I am sure, mostly, that it doesn't mean me harm. And by extension, that means those who are helping me,
So
those
what?
who don't shoot me.
I'll keep that in mind, but what then? You're just this thing's slave then? And do its bidding,
Mm,
run across the world like a good little winged boy?
Well, I don't technically have chains.
Hmm.
And I can tell it no.
But that doesn't go very well for you, does it?
It hasn't gone good, but it hasn't gone bad. Normally, it's not the actions of my friend, as you put it, that make things go bad when I say no. Normally, it is other circumstances. Typically, it gives me some form of advice, it tells me something that could happen that I should be aware of. And if I do not listen, sometimes bad things happen because, I didn't listen to advice from a extra dimensional god.
God.
I assume that's what it is.
So you're like what? A cultist. It speaks and you listen because if you don't listen, bad things happen. Do you not think for
I
yourself?
guess you could say that.
I don't know how you live like that. How you live not knowing
Ah,
anything. Anyone. Do you even.
tell me. Tell me, pirate. What is it that you know?
I know that I am stuck here with you, handling something that I want no part of. But for some reason, we're still stuck together, going on this journey of sorts. One that I can't wait for it to end.
And what if it doesn't end? What if there's something else just over the horizon?
Mortarian,
You don't know, do you?
everything
None of us know.
eventually ends. Whether it's a good or bad way, we all end. And maybe I'm looking forward to it. And with that, he puts his gun away and walks off.
God, Caldwell ends a lot of conversations that way.
Just leaves. I'm done talking.
Okay. Eventually, Arun emerges on deck. He kind of avoids you guys, who are kind of standing awkwardly, like probably across the ship from each other. And then maybe like 20 minutes later, I'll say, the rest of your party emerges out onto deck. Whispers is walking again and seems to be awake. You guys have your little greetings. As you look to move to the next thing, Arun continues to sort of just watch. But you can see he is sort of leaning on the edge of the ship, and there's an albatross which has landed and is sort of, they're just cocking their heads at each other.
Alarie walks up to Orin and thanks him again for what he did.
There is not so much I would not do for the daughter of my honored master.
You speak very highly of him. What makes him so great?
He chose to walk a different path.
And why is that? Is it something with the Conqueror? Like, what's their goal? And why did he not agree with it?
I do not believe the Concord is necessarily a nefarious organization, Alarie. No more than a guard or a police force is necessarily evil. The Concord desires order. Their way is marked well, and it can work. But in many ways, they offer power in exchange for obedience. Perhaps this is something that you experienced in your time with them. Questions are discouraged. You are taught a rigid, inflexible path, and you walk it like thousands of others have walked before you. Your father, he believed that everybody should walk their own path. That dealing with the dangers and the pitfalls of psionics was a personal challenge, a personal struggle. He was the first to break from the Concord. And his power allowed those of us who wished to walk our own path. This is why I speak highly of your father. He allowed us freedom of choice. Some of us did fall, but some of us flew. And he sort of gestures towards the albatross and sort of strokes its beak. I was glad to help you, Alarie. It is what your father would have wanted.
Thank you.
You seem to be free of the Concord. Choice is yours. If you wish, walk your own path. And know you do not walk alone.
When all of this is said and done, would I be able to come back here and be your student?
Make a persuasion check.
Okay. Do. Oof. That is a natty one.
Oh no. Can I give
Oh,
her
no.
can I like overhear this conversation and give her the help action?
No.
Wait, I have psionic knack. I have psionic knack.
You
Come
wish
on,
to
I have a plus
use your
11 to
psionic knack?
persuasion.
Damn it.
So psionic knack. Well, I think this is the first time you've used this. Okay. You are naturally psionic
Here,
knack,
I'll put it.
bolstered knack. Thank you. Okay. Oh my god.
That's a definite.
When if you fail an ability check using a skill or tool with which you have proficiency, you can roll that and add the number rolled. It's still gonna be a natural one. Which is a failure. He looks at you, and you see he looks deep into your eyes and says, "I wish, Alarie, that our paths walked alongside one another, for I see much of your father in you. But if you choose to walk the path of freedom, nobody can guide you, not even me. The only one, perhaps, worthy to lead one of your power down the path is your father."
I see. I'll still come to visit you.
I appreciate that, Alarie. For the little time I have left, I am happy to be here for you as a friend. He sort of extends one hand towards you.
I grab it and just like shake.
Okay. They shake. And he sort of nods to you and then glances towards the group. Whispers, you see his eyes meet yours, and despite the fact that you don't know this person, you feel a connection on multiple levels. This is someone who you sense has seen the deepest parts of you. But there's another shared connection between the two of you, a shared heritage.
I'm so sorry. Master Orin, was it?
Simply Orun whispers.
I'm so sorry to ask if this is inappropriate. You are Genasi,
He
correct?
sort of he sort of takes a hand and like very gently lays it on your shoulder and says, "I have seen the innermost parts of you. Nothing is too personal. I am indeed a Genasi, an Earth Genasi, as you are akin to Earth as you are to air."
Are there rather how I'm so sorry, I don't know how to I've only ever seen one other Genasi, and I wanted to speak with her, and I couldn't. Uh, I lost the chance. I did something that maybe I shouldn't have, and it cost her her life. But how do you move in a world that seems like there's no place for you?
The way of the Genasi is one of being unlike others, whispers. We are not like our parents. We are not like our children. We are different. But we are not defined by who we are here. And he points to his arm, his skin. He says, what is important, whispers. And if I have learned anything in my long life, the outside is the least important part of us. It is who we are on the inside that matters most. Don't let people define you by your appearance, good or bad. Let your actions speak instead. Those who are worthy of your time and energy will see past the strangeness of our exteriors and into our hearts and minds.
Thank you, Arun. I have one final question.
Yes, child.
Do you hear the earth? Like, does it talk to you?
He looks at you and sort of looks over you head to toe, and he says, the cracks and shuddering of the earth speak to me much in the way the wind must speak to you. It is a gift from those that birthed us.
Thank you. That makes me. I thought I was crazy. uh, yes. Whew. Okay, that makes a lot more sense. Um,
The
all
earth
right.
speaks to me now of a hidden truth. Does the wind whisper the same to you, whispers?
Yes. Yes, I've always heard, well, things, I suppose.
The earth
Rumors of
tells me of a forbidden love deep in the desert.
Saladin.
Yes. A woman, wild and free like the wind, and a genie she met there.
My father.
Your father.
Does he? Does he know? About me?
Close your eyes, whisper. Focus, hear the distant whispers of the wind. What do they tell you?
I I close my eyes and I listen intensely.
And what is the wind telling you, whispers?
Uh, I don't know. What do you think? Like, do you think it does come through? Like, is there a check I should make her?
No, you just tell me. What does the wind tell you?
Okay. Um, I think it it's one of those like warm sea breezes. And there's this strong like scent of like salt and like fresh air and like that aquatic sort of note. Um, and she like takes a deep breath in and she hears uh one word in particular, which is battle. Um, and she gets the feeling that that's the name.
He says, the wind can be fickle. The wind can be hard to understand. But the wind will not lie to one of you.
Okay. Okay. So that's the plan. That's the plan. Get my mother and get to Sardine. Okay.
The earth speaks that we will meet again, whispers. I look forward to that day.
As do I. Thank you, Oren.
I hope by then you have more answers than you have questions.
You know, I think I will. I really do.
You watch as he turns from you and he begins to walk away. You watch as his shape begins to shift. You watch as the arms lengthen, the chest narrows, the head narrows until he gets to the edge of the ship in the form of a massive albatross. The wings clap out with large slapping claps as he begins to gain height. He circles once, twice, 3 times around the ship, then heads west. Okay?
Wow. Whew.
Yeah. Okay. Now, with the party fully reunited, what, my friends, is your plan?
Uh,
I think
I think
Scarlet
we're
was
gonna
very
talk.
straightforward.
Yeah, yeah. Yeah, I think we gotta find Whisper. Well, I'm sure he already knows that she's here, but
Suppose we might also have to be careful. We still don't know who was following us.
Again, I am so sorry, you guys.
It's okay.
Well,
Um,
shall we?
Tell you what? Where are you guys going?
so
Go
uh Caldwell will spot Whispers for the first time as she's come onto deck after her conversation with Arun and everything like that. So, how was your nap?
I'm so sorry. What did you say? Your mic cut out.
How was your nap?
She looks at him, um, and somehow she seems taller. She's already like pretty large for a girl. She's like 5'9", 5'10". Um, and she looks over at him, and like her eyes are still puffy, like they're still a little red, like her face is a little splotchy from crying, but she looks over at him and she like gives him a full on grin, like full wide. Um, and she says, I think it's exactly what I needed, actually. Thank you.
All right. He kind of nods awkwardly and shakes his head to kind of snap out of it and goes, "Well, you've been needed. I heard your father was someone of note."
Dear old dad, Berthold. He's a member of the Gilded Assembly.
Oh. And what, pray
It's
tell,
time to
is
go back to
that?
the estate.
Right.
Let's say, not necessarily a council, a collection of families, old families.
Then, if they have the influence to get us what we need, then I'd say you should take the lead, shouldn't you?
Suppose so.
Oh? Since you are empowered by this thing you needed so much, lead away, dear girl.
Whisper kind of looks Caldwell up and down. And I think up until this point, she's kind of been a little wary of him. And I think she looks at him, she's kind of assessing. And she's just kind of like, right, I'll take point. You know, Caldwell, I've not liked you much thus far. I don't think you're a bad person, and I hope you stay that way.
Good or bad? What does that really mean?
I think I'm finding that there's a lot of voices one can listen to, from yourself, from other people, from all sorts of places, and I think part of life is figuring out which ones you should listen to and which ones you should not. I hope you gain some clarity on that. And don't eat hearts. Don't eat hearts. And she walks away.
He kind of chuckles to himself, shakes his head, and looks after her retreating form, and he'll look down at his left hand as she walks further. And just for a second, you'll see his hand spasm. He'll hold it still, and he'll walk to follow.
Okay. All right. So as our group moves out, now led by Whispers, who of course is a native to the city and knows it quite well. So Whispers, you know the Stromhouse estate is at the very top of Telviera in the Ventina, the top of the city, and you all can see, much like Gondor, Telviera is a city not of rings but of levels, and you can clearly see as the city rises, the more and more affluent estates get. Now, Whispers is going to lead you straight to the top. So, as you guys are all leading through the city, is anyone sort of keeping an eye out? Anything like that? Any side missions or quests you guys want to do? Any stops you need to make as in the afternoon, as the sun begins to set, sort of distant, like kind of move towards the distant horizon? Anything any of you wish to do as you make your way through the city?
I think Alarie is mainly just keeping an eye out to see if we're being followed, just like we were the other day.
I was gonna say I band with that, just probably, you know, keeping a
Okay.
good eye for anyone that stares, although, well.
Okay. Either of you can make perception checks, or one of you can do it with advantage.
What's better?
What's your perception?
Not too good. -1. You got some sort of
Okay, mine's +5. I guess I'll roll.
Woof.
I'm happy to sit back
Okay.
on this.
Okay. Let's see. Was that a roll with advantage, by the way, or
It was, yep, with advantage.
Can
okay?
I poke her nose and cast guidance?
You would have to
Perception.
cast guidance every 6 seconds for the entire walk.
I
Can
could. I
give
could.
some
Okay,
bardic
that's a
points? Give some bardic inspiration.
You know
that's
what?
20.
Sure, sure. You can
Hell
add a
yeah.
D4 and a D8.
D4 and a D8. Hell
You don't need
yeah.
it, but let's go ahead and see how you do.
Let's just rack it up.
Every 6 seconds,
Alari's
you're gonna
also
hear
going to
squawk.
see through the veil.
That's okay.
Okay,
Quack.
that's a total of a 28. Okay, Alarie, as you guys begin to make your way through the city, as Whispers kind of narrates, so you guys start in the Berego, which is where the ship is docked, but you eventually make your way up to the Vicolo, which is sort of a more hidden, like quiet, homey neighborhood. It's very like ivy walls and kind of like a like an old European village feel almost, sort of like West Villages in New York, but much more European than that. Um, you do, in fact, Alari, you do see a figure not shadowing you very well at all. Um, you see you think it could be the same figure from yesterday. This sort of, um, it's hard to tell a lot about them because they're wearing this like linen overrobe that is white, sort of like not quite a cloak because it's too light for that, almost like a shawl. But they are, and they're not that hard to see. You've shadowed a lot of people. They're not doing a very good job at it.
Okay. In that case, acting on this suspicion, I would like to sneak out, get behind them without them noticing, and shadow the shadower.
Okay, go ahead and make me a stealth check.
Okay. That is a 20.
Okay. Um, as you guys are walking through the city, none of you notices Alari disappears. And certainly this person who is shadowing your group doesn't. And so, Alari, as you guys sort of walk through an intersection, you duck into a nearby alley, and about 20 seconds later, reemerge about 20 feet behind this figure who is sort of drifting from crowd to crowd, following you guys. And you begin to follow them in turn. Is there anything specifically you're looking out for?
Anything suspicious that would indicate that this person was the one. And if I do find it, I would like to apprehend them and like bring them to the group.
Um, I mean, they look similar. Once again, it's really hard to tell with this like large overshawl they're wearing. But why don't you go ahead and make a perception check?
Okay.
As your group is moving, I imagine, and Whispers, you can confirm or deny this. I imagine Whispers is very much like playing tour guide right now. Like she's like, this district was founded in 837 by blah blah blah.
She does, I think, have a pretty decent amount of knowledge, like just from like being, her father's daughter, and I'm sure he's,
Oh yeah.
he kind of hammered in that like politically relevant knowledge to her about like the
Oh yeah.
financial, yeah, like
and
all that.
and and very much like Berthold was always like, yes, other places exist, but like Tel Vieira is the center of everything. And so yeah, you would have like gone on like guarded tours and like you would know the city quite well. Okay. Alari, that is, I don't know why you rolled with advantage. That's a 16.
Yep, 16.
Um, you become fairly certain of a couple things. One, this is definitely, if not the same person, someone wearing a very similar outfit as a person who followed you yesterday. You also like sort of peering through the like outer shawl. You become relatively certain based on the shape of this creature that this is probably a woman.
So, yeah, in that case, I would like to apprehend them and bring them to the group while telling them to just behave and everything will be.
So, describe to me how you do this.
She
Like,
goes behind them and
okay,
just like grabs um their arm
okay,
very tightly so they can't move, but like she just basically drags them along
okay. Do you have
without
like any
being
visible
suspicious
weapon out?
to anyone else. Just like a little dagger that's like she's holding onto underneath her cloak. But this person can feel it. It's just like, yeah.
Okay, go ahead and make an intimidation check.
Oh no. Okay. I'm not a very scary.
No.
I'm not a very scary elf.
I'll give you advantage because in my mind, for this person, basically, like suddenly a woman appears next to them and like pushes a dagger against the small of their back and is like, walk.
Okay. All right. Rolling with advantage.
You're
Oh
not.
my
I'm not
god.
trapped in here with you. You're trapped in here with me.
That's
Um,
29. Even
no,
with
that's
advantage.
that's a 12.
Oh, that's a 12? Okay.
Yeah. Um, that's gonna be enough.
Okay.
You go up to this person and sort of taking a dagger, you do that very like movie thing where you like put it right to the small of their back and you go walk. And you grab an arm. This is not like a well muscled arm. And you drag this person to the group, probably calling out to them in like a kind of non-suspicious manner though. Um, you guys turn around and you see Alarie approaching with a cloaked figure in tow, like clearly being kind of dragged by her. And she's not like resisting actively, but you can tell with the body language, like she does not want to be there.
Guac, we were being followed?
Squawk, we were
You
being
even
followed.
guessed. Interesting.
Interesting. I'll take one look.
Yeah.
I'll take one look at Alarie and the rest of the group and this figure that I'm guessing is hooded, or because we can't really see who she is without. Yeah.
Currently like veiled and hooded.
Okay. And then I'll just nod my head over to the right, where an alley. It's kind of dark, so we're not out in public. For us to go down to.
Okay.
Okay. As you begin like dragging her into an alley, she begins to struggle actively against you. She's like, "No, no, please. I feel there's been a misunderstanding." And Alarie, I need you to make a strength check, please, because you are a bunch of very scary people dragging a woman into an alley.
Yes, we're not gonna hurt her.
You're fine.
That
It's
is
fine. It's
a
going to be
nutty
fine.
20.
Wow.
Wait,
Okay.
yeah, I have a negative 1.
She begins to struggle against you, but you like forcefully drag her into this alley, which is like this. It's sort of like a one-sided alley affair where like it ends about 20 feet in like a wooden and stone wall. You sort of throw her in front of you, and she stumbles a bit before sort of turning back. You see, she like begins backing up towards the back of the alley, and she says, "Look, I'm afraid there has been a misunderstanding. I thought, look, if it's money you want, you can take my pouch, please."
Thyra's gonna like bring out her axe at her side, just holding it, sort of like sort of doing the thing where you grip and like drop it, and then like throw it back into your hand, just a little bit like a threatening flare.
Can I
Why were
call
you
this
following
sounding
us?
plan? Sorry.
Did
She
something
looks at
interesting.
you, Thyra, and you can see. So she's wearing like basically a veil. She's wearing this like overcoat, and then she's wearing a veil from the nose down. And she is gonna look at you, and you see the eyes widen. And she says, "I knew it was you. Please, I don't, I don't wish you any harm. Please, there is no need for this. You watch as she sort of pulls her veil down, and you all see a woman. You see like long, thick, luscious, dark black hair. She looks young, maybe early to mid-teens, maybe a little bit older. Um, Certainly no more than like 20, 25. She has no weapons on her. You see she's like clutching in one of her hands like a small sack. And she says, Crimson Storm, I thought it might be you, but I wasn't sure. You're so far from Jamira. And you watch as she walks up to you and she throws her arms around you and brings you in for a massive hug.
Oh.
Can I make an insight check on what's happening?
Sure, go ahead and make an insight check.
That's a 21.
Um, she seems like genuinely extremely happy. Like you see tears in her eyes. I think from Thyra, you probably see a lot of confusion. Because I would say dollars to donuts, Thyra does not recognize this person.
I was about to say, yeah.
Yeah.
Thyra's like confused, yes, but she looks down. She kind of, I probably won't need to make any rolls for this, but like she'll like take the girl's shoulders, and just like peel her back a little bit, not completely taking her off her, and just like hard staring into her face. Can I maybe do a like perception to see whether I like recognize her eyes, her eye
I would
color,
I would say like a
oh,
history check,
history? That would be
maybe.
fine. Oh,
Yeah.
history. Where is history? Oh, okay. Please, please do me well. Please don't do me bad. Oh, 8.
What'd you roll? Um, so looking at her, from the complexion, from the like general hair, and like appearance, she's got like this like caramel skin. She's got these like dark eyes and like this thick, luscious dark hair. You can tell she's Abyssinian for sure. Um, you met a lot of people in your time there. This one's not ringing a bell, but also it's been years since you've been to Abyssine, and she does not look that old. And as you sort of look her up and down, she sort of backs up and says, uh, I'm sorry, I wasn't sure it was you, but as soon as I thought there's no way, lest I heard you were exiled to death. I never, I never thought I would get this moment. She sort of falls to her knees and like looks up at you and says, I just want to say thank you so much. You saved me, and I will never forget it.
I saved you. Wait. No. Wait. You're the girl in the alleyway. The guards. Yes.
Yes, my name is Amira, although I did not give it to you that day. I will never forget that moment. You came like a storm, and you saved me. Please, I, please, I promise. I mean you no harm, but you are strangers in the city, yes?
Some of us.
Well, most of
Yes.
us.
Please, I promise. I mean you no harm. Come, there is a tea house. My tea house is nearby. Will you come with me? I want to, whatever I can do to help you, Crimson Storm. I Words cannot express what I owe you. Please, let me pay you back in any way I can.
I'm gonna look back at everyone else. Like, do we have time? This is important to me.
If it's important to you, then it's important to all of us.
All right, I'm going to nod and the girl to hopefully lead us away to
You
the
see-
tea house.
I mean, is everyone willing to like let her out of the alley?
Can I do
Yep.
one more insight check to make sure she's not taking us to an alley?
Sure, sure. Go ahead and make it, sure.
There are a lot of alleys in the city.
Whispers
That's
is like
okay.
whispers are like alleys are actually characteristic of this farm.
It's a feature,
There's an
not a
alley
bug.
She seems well, first of all, she's not armed in any way. She seems honest.
Cool. Well, as we move, just keep in mind, DM, I have an 18 passive insight, so if there's like suspicious characters around, I would like to be.
I'll keep it in mind.
Thank you.
I was gonna say I have a passive 16, so I can back you up on that.
I understand that we have high passive insights.
Just as a reminder, that's all I'm saying.
I got it. Okay.
All I'm saying.
Amira begins to lead you through the city and take you on a bit of an aside from the path you were going. Whispers. She leads you into a district known as the Marina Nova. The Marina Nova is like I don't want to call it a restaurant district, but it's like where like the largest parks in the city are. There are these like cafes that spill onto these terrazas that overlook the crescent of the sea. It's sort of like a fine dining / entertainment district of the city. And she sort of leads you there. You can see she knows this part of the city very well, probably even better than you do, Whispers. She like takes you on some shortcuts you didn't know about. And here, very much like in the late afternoon, it's probably like 3 or 4 o'clock. Nobody in the district is working. People are on like picnic dates in the park. You see like an old couple like walking down a seaside terraza together. Like nobody here is in any rush or doing any work. This is very much like an R&R part of the city. She sort of leads you through a number of streets to sort of a little bit of a side street just off the main drag of the Marina Nova. And she stops in front of a building, a low, wide building of sun-baked clay and carved cedar wood. Its facade shaded by a silk-draped awning of deep saffron. You see latticed windows are open that spill warm, spiced air into the street. And the scent of cardamom, rosewater, and mint mingle here. As she sort of gestures to the sign, you see Thyra. The sign is of a crimson axe. And this tea house is called, in broad letters written underneath, Storm's Hope. She sort of leads.
Inspiration from me.
She turns back to you and says, I would not be where I am without you, Crimson Storm. I felt when I created this place that it was fitting to honor the person who made this all possible. Please, come inside. Perhaps we can share what we've been up to over some tea. She leads you inside, and you see inside is actually quite a crowded Abyssinian style tea house. Light filters in through colored glass windows. There are these low tables that people are sitting on. The air hums with quiet conversation. Cushions in bright jeweled tones are arranged around each table. You see shelves behind the counter hold rows of tins, and a copper kettle simmers on the open flame. This is very much like a blast from the past. These sorts of tea houses and cafes are very popular in Jamira, which is the capital city of Abyssin, where you spent much of your time. And you definitely get like a wave of homesickness from this place.
Mm.
Okay. As you all walk in, I think this is a good and appropriate time, even though we're about 4 minutes early, to take our break. We'll come back and we'll see exactly where this leads between Thyra and Amira.
Alrighty.
Whoop whoop.
Yee.
Woot woot.
We're gonna go on break. And dear DM, do we have an audio that we would like to play?
I would say so. Well, only one audio remains, of course. Whispers. I think, given what is ahead of us, I think we should save that for next session. I want to drop that lore in real time. So let's save it and let's just have a 15-minute pure break so everyone can recover and get some tissues if needed, or whatever they need to get over the emotional first half.
All right. We will see you 15 after then. Have a good one, and we will be right back. Hello, 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 and welcome back to the second half of our 10th session of D&D Reverie. Hope you guys had a good little break, went to the bathroom, didn't fall in, got some tea, water, etc. And yeah, we'll leave it to Dom to take it away.
Speaking of tea, the party has been seated around one of these large tables, seated on these jeweled colored cushions on the floor. Amira, the young woman who you accosted on the street and then brought you here, sort of sits at the head of the table. Now, she has served you all the traditional karak, which is a black Abyssinian tea with milk, kind of similar to a chai. If anyone wants anything else, you are welcome to have asked her for that. They also offer maghrabi, which is like sort of a mint tea, and ushir, which is actually a drink made from dried coffee beans. But if you don't have any preference, you're going to get karak, which is very traditional. So as you guys all sort of sit around this table, Amira sits down with you, and sort of Thyra, you are seated right on her left. The rest of you can sort of take whatever seats you want. And yeah, she just sort of sits, and she's like kind of gently speaking with all of you, trying to make you feel at ease. You can tell from the context clues of the server, she appears to own this establishment, despite her youth. And yeah, she sort of sits there and she says, "So, Crimson Storm, what brings you and your friends to Delviera?"
Quest of sorts. We're actually trying to find someone. I'm gonna look at Whispers to kind of like see if you want to talk about it a little bit, because I do trust the girl, but I don't know whether you do, but yeah.
Yeah, I think she sees Thyra looking at her and she's kind of just like, yeah, all right. Like, uh, I, I think Whisper's not noticed any overt, uh, malice from this woman. And so she's kind of like, yeah, all right. And she looks and says, well, we were, uh, on our way to meet with my father.
Oh, are you native from the city?
Yes, I am.
Well, welcome home. Um, well, if there's anything I can do, I have not been in the city for too long, but I know my new home quite well. If you have been away for some time, if there's any, however I can help, please feel free. It is the least I can do for you, Crimson Store. And actually, Thyra, as you look around um, the tea house, you see on the far wall appears to be a floor-to-ceiling mural of your fight with Corin the Boulder.
All right, chill.
Is she accurately buff
Become a little
in the
bit-
mural?
Maybe, no.
How do her guns look?
No.
Overly
Yeah.
dramatized for sure.
It is for sure dramatized. Like her 8-pack is actually like a 12-pack. But it's certainly recognizable as
Massive,
Thyra.
like-
And yeah, you see her standing off against like this giant half ogre that is like armed and armored and sort of dragging this like heavy club. You see in the mural, Thyra is like leaping towards him, axe in hand as he like pulls up a shield to block.
I see you still have some of the old merchandise.
Well, it has been some years, of course, since you were active, but whenever I see a Crimson Storm banner or one of the memorial coins, there was actually a small line of action figures. I always make sure I have there is a shelf in back if you wish to see. Of course, they're still in the boxes because deboxing them decreases the value significantly. But
You
they're
just
in
hear a
these little black
snort
cases, and
of laughter
um,
from the end of the
yeah,
table, and Caldwell
I
like
have
accidentally spits out some tea.
I have the Crimson Storm stands. I have the Crimson Storm Conquerors. I have the Rise of the Crimson Storm. I even have the rare limited edition. The sorry. I just I
Oh, yes. No,
She's
I
worried
think
about.
actually maybe my family was involved in some of the the moving of the merchandise.
I'm gonna
You see like whispers like nodding along, like yeah, I know these figures.
Just slowly looking at Whispers like, what?
I'm gonna
Why
whisper
didn't
to
I get
Don't you
anything
look
from this?
familiar?
Hey, hang on.
I'm gonna whisper to Caldwell. I'm gonna be like, if she's worried about the value, do you think she'll sell one?
You wish to purchase one?
I don't know yet.
I mean, they are of excellent craftsmanship.
If
I can attest.
you purchase one, it may go missing at night and find itself overboard. Just so you know.
Oh.
I will look down to my marsupial pouch. And look up to Caldwell and say nothing.
Are you implying that parrots have marsupial pouches? Because
I've
I think
been
parrots are
implying
not
this.
marsupials.
I've been implying this since the first episode. That's where I keep everything.
Yeah.
She
Where else
is
does it go?
half parrot, half kangaroo.
Ahoy, mates!
How
Scott.
every animal.
Scott,
Honor.
I believe that thing
Peru.
may be as big as you. Where are you going to store it?
Pouch is bigger on the inside.
Exactly.
It's TARDIS rolls. Don't you know this? It's actually a bag of holding, but attached to her body.
No.
Please, can this be canon?
Nope, that is absolutely not canon. This is a fever dream. This is a fever dream brought on by fangirling over the Crimson Storm.
Do it, you coward. Let the parrot pouch be a real thing.
I would actually like to purchase one of this crimson merchandise.
Amira says, "Oh, I could never sell. No, I nearly have a full collection."
I lean
Then
over
why are
to
you worried
Scarlet and
about
I'm like, I'm
value?
sure.
No, the value it is out of respect for the figurines. It's not to be sold. I would Crimson Storm. I would never sell. I am your biggest fan.
I'll clear
I lean over
my
to Scarlet and I'm
throat.
like, we have a warehouse. I'll get you one.
I'll clear my throat at the end of the table and to get the girl's attention. I'll be like, "Oh, you seem to hold our dear companion in quite high esteem. Please do tell us the tale that she has not seemed to tell us herself."
She sort of looks at you, Thyra, and sort of cocks an eyebrow.
Mm. I just. I didn't think it was necessary. It never came up. I. I saved a young girl back in my home city. Oh, well, not home city, but the city where I was currently working. I think a lot of you know that I don't like what we've been doing. I don't like this pirate deal we have going on. I was a mercenary for a time, but before that, I was a gladiator. Saving this girl. It got me exiled, but not in a million years would I take it back. I'm gonna look at her and just, kind of nod. Just making sure she doesn't feel bad for it.
And
No, she sort of looks at you and says, "It was the worst and the best day of my life."
and why would sparing a life have gotten you exiled?
Well, when it's against the the guard, the city guard, yeah, they don't like you kicking their asses too much.
And you, he looks at Amir. What did you do to warrant the god trying to kill you?
I do not believe they were trying to kill me. My father, he he was a merchant, a maker of fine jewelry. Um, I was delivering a necklace to one of the concubines. But the guards, they thought I had stolen it. I had fallen in one of the muddy piles and was covered in filth, and they would not believe that somebody who looked like this could have such a valuable item on them. They thought the eyes of the Archon, they thought I was a thief, and well, they would have dragged me off to jail had Thyra not intervened. I'm sorry, the Crimson Storm. I don't mean to address you too personally,
No,
but
fine.
she she emerged from the crowd. There was people all around, but nobody did anything. I cried for help for my father, for somebody to help me. The guards, they were they were they were dragging me into chains. But Tyra, she heard me. She came from the crowd, and like the incredible gladiator she was, she demanded my release. And when they refused, well, she barreled into the first one, throwing him to the ground. When the second one jumped at her, she took him and she threw him through a wall. It was it was glorious. She beat them all. She saved me.
Hmm.
Why the change of pace, Thyra?
Hmm.
You said you were a mercenary, a gladiator. What changed?
Well, the exile meant I lost my name. The ones the crowds gave me. I think you'll notice I didn't exactly introduce myself as the Crimson Storm. Not proudly, anyway. I'm no longer her. I don't think I'll ever be. So, now I try to do what I can with my strength, my warmth, my tenacity. Well, anything but, anything but giving away my morals, hopefully.
Did you not kill before? As a mercenary, as a gladiator?
I did. Of course I did. But I try to only go after those who deserve it.
That was your job.
Mm.
Not mean. Not trying to grill you. I haven't made the connection of why you're so against killing now when, well, it was a part of your everyday life, wasn't it?
In the ring, it's more honourable to spare those and give them another fight later on. I like to teach. I like to, see if someone can improve. If they're an arsehole, yeah, no, I'll kill them. No mercy there. But there are pure ones in the ring. There are pure ones in the world. They do not deserve to die. Like this little one right here.
You lot in your right and wrong. There's only dead and alive.
Mm. I'm gonna look back at Amira. I do want to know. I wouldn't usually ask anything from you, but we are in quite dire circumstances. Is there any way you could help? I mean, I think our dear Whispers here can help with finding her father, but is there anything else perhaps? I'm afraid maybe we can't tell you a lot about what we're up to.
Without knowing what are you in the city to accomplish? I mean, I could try to, make some introductions. Tell Vera is all about who you know.
We need aid, a lot of it. We need to, people to be prepared as well. There's something coming, something big.
Is it a danger? We all heard of the invasion of Reverie by the Principate. Are they coming here next? What is going on?
Something like that. We need influence. If something is coming,
She sort of gestures around the tea house and she says, by Delvieran standards, I am not rich. I do not have the pedigree or the influence of someone of a consortium member or even one of the assembly. But I do know people. I can try to spread the word. Many people they come into my tea house to find solace, not just Abyssinians, but Telvierans, Felinorians, Leonin from Morescos, Principe traders, sailors from the Cryptic Coast. This is many people come here. If there is a message you wish to spread, Crimson Storm, I will do it, whatever you require.
I think that should be good.
What is the message you wish people to know?
I need people to prepare. Death may be coming. Anyone who can fight. We don't exactly have a meetup spot yet, but anyone who could would be good. And children, mothers, families, they need to be prepared to flee, perhaps.
The Telviera.
If that's what it comes to. We're still hoping it won't come to Telviera directly, that we can maybe hold it off, but it shouldn't be a surprise to the people. If we can get someone who's perhaps a spokesperson, someone who comes here who, has high standing in some way, they're just people. They need to know.
I will do my best to spread this message. Is there a threat? Is there a tangible? Is it an invasion? Is it a monster? Is it a who? Is it a? I mean,
I'm gonna actually look at Mortarian. I'll see whether he wants to answer, or like I'll kind of look around at everyone. Are we telling or are we not telling? It's like
So
my
my
question.
eldritch child turns out to be not my eldritch child and currently wants to take over the world. I'm gonna leave it at that. This is a talking bird, by the way.
yeah. I was gonna say he looks at the speaking bird and just looks very confused. She turns to you.
That.
She turns to you, Caldwell, and says, "Why did you train your parrot to say that? It's very strange."
Walk.
I don't know. Sometimes I swear she has a mind of her own. However, I do believe that time is quite pressing. And
Yes.
time being what it is. Tell the people to prepare for war. Tell the
Yes.
people
Coordination
to-
of resources.
to prepare for
Okay,
danger.
prepare for danger. All able-bodied men who will want to protect Talviera are to what? Go to the docks. Go to a specific district. Go to report to somewhere.
Go to the docks. We will lead them to meet Reverie's forces on the ocean.
Uh, pirates.
Might I interject?
Go ahead.
If I would I have any idea if Telviera has its own navy? Like,
Yeah, they absolutely do. Talviera, I mean, it's an ocean nation. They have a navy. They also have a massive fleet of privateers.
oh yeah, I was gonna
Um,
say, is it like an actual navy that's like run by
yeah,
a
there
military,
is.
or is it
Yeah,
mercenaries?
so there is there are privateers who mostly report to the consortium and the assembly. Those are basically pirate hunters, but then Televira has a massive military for its size, basically an armada, which is run by a guy called the Archon. You probably wouldn't know who that is, but as Whispers could tell you, Telviera is basically they're what's called a triarchy. So there are three equally balanced ruling bodies. There is the Opal Consortium, which is sort of your new money merchants. They are sort of your shipping magnates, things like that. You have your Gilded Assembly, which is what Whisper's father is a part of. Those are your old noble houses, very old, very wealthy. And then there is the Archon, who is the commander in chief.
Hmm. I do not know your influence or power in this city, friend. But if you were able to get us audience with the Archon, the head of the consortium, or
She
what
sort of
was
shakes her
sorry,
head and she says, "These these people are far above me. Um,
uh,
to get audience with the Archon, you would need a very politically powerful person. He takes audiences once a year, but that date is not for, I think, almost for a month. Um, Only
a
someone wealthy,
politically
powerful.
powerful, wealthy person. Ah,
We're wasting our time
I look
here.
over at Whispers.
Rather, yes. I think I can get us in with perhaps even the Opal Consortium, most certainly the Gilded Assembly through my father. Mira, I think what best it is for you to do is to perhaps start spreading amongst the merchant classes and people who are hard for us to reach. Lord knows how long the triad is going to take to inform the public of what we are about to say. If you could spread the word and just start warning people, to merchants to stay out of the ocean, to start to prepare for a calamity, that would be more than enough.
She looks over at you, Thyra, and sort of seeing your nod of affirmation, she says, "Of course, of course, I will ensure word is spread to the best of my ability. Um, anything for the Crimson Storm."
Thank you, my friend.
She
It's
she
been
sort
good.
of she sort of Thyra, she just sort of turns to you and puts a hand on your shoulder, and she says, "Now that I'm older, I understand what you sacrificed for me that day. You had everything. You had wealth. You had prestige, and you sacrificed that all for me. Um, just know, even though you may not be in the arena anymore, there are those who remember your name, and even though perhaps you can never return to Abyssine, there is always a home for you here. Uh, there are many of us in the city. If you wish, I just want you to know that just because Abyssine may be barred for you, there is still a place for you, if you wish it.
I may take you up on that, young one.
And
It's maybe saving the best outcome.
there, if you need honest work, there is always a job for you here.
Let's see how I get through this, alright? Gotta come back to you in one piece.
Of course. Let me give me a moment, and you see she goes over and she there's like there are like two sort of Abyssinian looking men. They have tattoos on their fingers. Thyra, you recognize these two as members of a group called the Nakaba Akban, which is basically an Abyssinian merchant cabal. You see she talks to them, and you see she goes over um, through a door, and she comes back like lugging what looks like a small coffer and sort of drops it at the table. The two men look at each other, sort of nod, and take the coffer, get up, and walk out. Um, as you guys prepare to leave, you see the two men walk back in about 15, 20 minutes later. Um, as you guys like finish up your chat with Amira, and she goes over to them and she sort of nods to each of them, and they hand over what looks like a small pouch of vials, which she returns with, and she says, "I know it is not much, but perhaps this will make the difference for you." Um, she sort of puts them on the table. Scarlet, you recognize these as 6 potions of greater healing.
Ooh,
Mm.
that is
Take it
very
off.
kind. They're potions of healing.
This is
Oh,
extremely
Cheerio.
generous. Thank you.
Yes, thank you. Where did you get all these?
She sort of turns back and she says, "You know what they say in Jamira. If the price is right, the Akban will provide. Um, uh, there is nothing I would not give up to see you successful, Crimson Star."
Thank you, dear friend. These will come in handy. I think now we must leave there, unfortunately. There is a task at hand we must complete. I hope to see you
Of
again.
course. I wish the same. I know nothing can stop you, Thyra. I hope I will see your shadow cross my door again.
I think you certainly will. All right.
She she sort of nods and whispers, leads you out into the sunlight.
Before I leave, can I like turn to her as thanks?
Can
Hide
you
those
what her as
figurines.
thanks?
Whisper to her
Okay.
as thanks. Hide your figurines until all of this is over, and then I'll just leave.
She looks
Get them packed up
very
securely.
confused at the burb, but then she goes, "Of course, I cannot lose Crimson Sun Rising." She like rushes back, and you see she like pushes open, and you get like a brief glimpse of a room that has like 9 glass cabinets in it, filled with figurines of Thyra. The door closes behind her. Okay.
Incredible.
Yeah.
Hmm.
You guys make your way
Just-
out back into the shadowed dusk of Tel Viera. And where are you going? Is it finally
I
time to go to the Stormhouse Estates?
think it might be.
I'd say so.
Okay.
All right.
All right.
Oh, that makes
All
me
right.
scared. Okay.
Oh, buddy.
All right. Okay.
As the sun sets over Tel Viera, the moon begins to rise as you make your way up to the Ventina, the top of the city. You see the houses grow bigger and walled. The guard of this city, the blue and black clad watchers, grow more numerous. Whispers, you see in the distance rising a place that probably has many conflicted feelings for you. As at the very top of the city, nestled amidst the other estates, you see rising out of the shadows the Stromhouse estate.
Before we go in, can I land on Whisper's shoulders? I'm gonna like look her in the eye. I'm gonna say, remember, he doesn't tell you your worth. You tell you your worth. I'm gonna like kiss / peck because I'm still a burb. Her forehead, and I'm gonna cast Enhance Ability. It lasts for an hour. And I'm gonna give her Equal Splendor, which gives her advantage on charisma checks.
Mm.
Oh, dope. Thank you so much.
I got you, boo. I got you.
Oh,
And then I'm
hell
gonna fly
yeah.
back to Caldwell's shoulders.
Okay. As you approach, the Stromhouse estate rises over the cliffs of Tel Viera. It's solid, a monument to old money and unshakable power. Its vast facade, aglow with golden light, stretches beneath domes and towers. Arched colonnades run the length of the building, framing tall windows that spill warmth into the sea air. Everything here is beautiful, masterfully crafted. Staircases broad, descending in sweeping tiers towards perfectly manicured gardens. Every detail feels deliberate, refined. This is the peak of wealth, influence, and the kind of steadiness that thousands of years of old money brings. Below, the terraced grounds unfurl in elegance, boxwood hedges trimmed into clean spirals, still pools ringed with statues of past famous Stormhouse ancestors, and bullstrats lined with flickering lanterns. From here, one can see, looking down, the rest of Tel Viera. As you approach, the gates open. You see a black-clad human man, sort of older, very refined looking, who says, "Welcome home, Mr. Rumhouse. You are expected by your father."
What would be his? I would probably know his name.
Yes, this would be Benicio. This is the head butler of the Stromhouse. He's works very closely with your father on matters of estate management.
Thank you, Benicio. You see that
Your
she takes
father,
like a big breath.
your father is pleased that you have decided to return to us, Miss Stromhouse. He awaits you in the study.
Well, I will be joining him presently. Uh, please, if you could prepare refreshments for my friends. I don't know if they'll be joining the conversation.
He sort of claps twice, and you watch as servants emerge from the surrounding buildings laden with refreshments. They have warm towels for your hands. Um, there are hairdressers to fix your hair. The entire staff has turned out for the Lady of Stromhouse. And you are fed canapes as you walk. Cold water and beverages are offered to each of you. Your clothes are dusted. For those of you who are terminally dirty, that you like heavy ornate cloaks are thrown over your clothes, and little booties are put on your feet so you do not drag the filth of the lower tiers into this place.
What's put on Thyra's feet? She's put
Is she
booze.
going to slip?
I would say
I'm gonna be like a goat putting on little booties.
I would say like little baggies, maybe like little bags, like
Little
little
baggies.
God.
silk baggies.
Oh.
Does she have to make a dex check?
Does it have grippers?
Yeah,
No.
she's so grippy socks.
This place is far too refined for grippy socks. This is a place of like curated bamboo design you've never heard of sort of socks live here.
Well, onward. My little booty.
Incredible.
Whispers. As you push your way in, everywhere the staff bows to you, Miss Stromhouse. They bow extremely deeply, and I think you can probably see Whispers getting more and more uncomfortable. Although a part of her feels maybe a little bit more at ease with this. You make your way through the estate, and you guys see, I mean, without going into detail, I mean, this is a beautiful ceilings are 25, 30 feet high. There are beautiful oil paintings in the hallway. Every fabric is like thick and velvety. The couches look wildly uncomfortable but extremely fashionable. Everything is gold and glitzy. The walls are white marble where they're not beautiful polished dark wood. Um, every candle is fresh and glowing. Every servant is well dressed and refined. This is like stepping into Kensington Palace. Uh, it is the top of the top here. Um, Melody, or should I say whispers? What are you feeling as you walk through this house towards your father's study, a room that you probably have very mixed emotions about?
Oh, so I think despite, this crazy experience that she's just gone through, um, she's still in some ways feels like a child in front of Bertolt. I think there's always going to be a part of her that like there's always going to be something about him that makes her feel small. Um and she's back inside these walls that she was kept in for years and years. Uh she despite all the luxuries like offered to her, she knows it's not for her benefit necessarily. It's to make sure that other people see her in the way that her father wants her to see her. And so she kind of like she's like squared her shoulders, and uh she thinks about the little beak kiss that Scarlet gave her, and she's like, that is the real care and affection. This is not care and affection. This is
And I would say Melody or Whispers, as you've walked through the house, servants have like tried to foist on you like fine cloaks to like cover up your sort of travel stained outfit, and like, bracelets and necklaces have been placed on you of gold and silver with like ornate jewels, and Whispers looks less and less like herself with every step she takes.
yeah, yeah, just deeply uncomfortable. Uh, she's I think spending the time mentally preparing herself for what's
Okay.
sure to be a uh uncomfortable conversation.
Do I notice
So
she's uncomfortable?
with your passive insight, I would say yeah, probably.
Can I fly over to her shoulder and every time like a servant tries to come near, do that like little bird hiss thing?
You
Yeah.
absolutely can. The servants are undeterred by you, and in fact, will actively try to shoo you off of her.
I will
I'm
put her on the.
Go ahead and make an attack roll.
Oh, okay. Hold on.
You got this. I believe.
Was an unarmed strike? Is that what
Yep.
this will be?
Yep.
That is a 16.
Okay. You, as one of the servants reaches towards you, she said, you hear the metal servant say, "And this creature, we will take it to the aviary," and reaches out to grab you, and you just strike down with your beak, and you draw like a lot of blood as the servant just pulls his hand back like this. The servants sort of look around. They will avoid actively removing you from her shoulder, but they are undeterred by your hissing unless you actively attack the rest of them. They will push heavy rings on her fingers, and they will push like large diamond earrings through her ears. You understand, and with your insight, you get that these like servants are afraid of you, but they are more afraid of not making her look presentable for her father.
I'm gonna change that.
I will make them afraid of me.
Oh, I'm not gonna lie, a
You
large part of me wants to keep attacking, but I also don't want to be booted from the party for this conversation. I'll turn to
um
Whispers and I'll ask, I'm like, I can make this stop if you'd like me to.
It's fine. I'll take them and I'll sell them later.
Ooh, I like that. Okay. I'll keep hissing, but I won't attack.
okay. um you find yourself, Whispers, in front of the large double doors that lead to Bertholt's study. And as you stay there for a moment, sort of gathering your courage, you hear that voice, that same voice from your nightmares. "Do not stand there like a child," whispers. "Come in."
You see, with one last sort of like uh it's very subtle, but Scarlet can feel it because she's on her shoulder, but one last tiny sigh. um she Whispers is going to uh perfectly like straight spined go stand in front of her father and go into a deep curtsy.
Okay. As you push into the study, you all, well, many of you for the first time, see Bertolt Stromhaus. Um, a man seated at his desk with rigid poise. His face is long and sharply defined, high cheekbones, square jaw, piercing eyes. Steel gray hair is slicked cleanly back, not a strand out of place, with a precisely trimmed mustache and goatee. He wears a very, very rich, deep crimson coat over a finely fitted waistcoat. At his throat rests a large emerald brooch with gold filigree. The emerald is probably about the size of a goose egg. His posture is perfect, with one hand resting on the arm of his chair. And he sort of looks and he says, "Welcome home, Melody. It is good to see that you are over the foolishness that made you flee from Telvier. You have caused me much difficulty. But you are returned finally to assume your responsibilities. Who are these servants with you?"
They are the ones who brought me back.
He turns to you and says, "You may go. You will be paid for your service, but this is a private discussion."
Mortarian's just sort of looking around the room, like in awe, not really paying attention.
We're trying
He's
to like,
like
wow, there's so
never
many
seen.
shiny things here.
He's like not seen anything like this ever.
I mean, yeah, the study, you see, like, you know how normal people might decorate their studies with, like, maps? Not Berthold. He does have maps, but they are of beaten gold. Important places, chips of diamond. You see there are, like, long ivory tusks. There are, like, jade figurines. Like, all this study alone is enough probably to feed an average family for like 1,000 years. You know, a single jade figurine, maybe 100, 200 gold pieces, and there are dozens in here. You see on his desk there are some papers, and you see like he has a paperweight that is just about a fist-sized uncut diamond.
Well,
I look around and I'm kind of like, it'll be okay.
right. I can tell we're not wanted. And I'll go and I'll turn. And before I go, though, I'll put one hand on her shoulder and I'll tell her, "We're closer than you think we are." As I leave my hand, there's a spark of green that kind of fades into her shoulder, and I leave the room.
Did you do what I think you just did?
Yeah, but
Okay,
I'll talk about
interesting.
it later. Yeah.
Yeah.
Come.
All right.
I'm a bird.
Um,
Can I stay?
I'm still just looking around the
mm,
room. I've like not heard anything that's just happened.
he'll look once again, and sort of seeing few of them leave, he'll say, "Of course, your servants are so poorly trained. I said this is a private conversation. You are excused."
Father,
Huh?
if I may.
What?
"You may not,"
Mortarian.
whispers. "Dismiss your servants now, so the adults may speak."
Servant?
I very quickly like place a hand on Mortarian's arm and I'm like, I'm so sorry, we'll talk about this later. I promise.
Right. Good to meet you, sir.
You have never felt so ignored in your life. As soon as you start walking out, it's almost like you never existed for him in the first place. Like, anyone else in a room of finery like this would keep a close eye on you. It's clear he just dismisses you entirely as soon as you're walking towards the door. Does everyone else leave?
I if Whispers like nudges me to leave, I will leave. If she doesn't, I will try to stay.
She's not gonna try to make you leave.
Okay. Then I am standing firm, but I'm not hissing, and I'm like puffed up and proud, trying to look more regal than I may actually look.
Okay. Hearing
Um,
nobody else, go ahead, Alarie.
yeah, I was gonna say, can I cast like the psychic whispers on Whisper in Scarlet?
The like sonic connection where you can use
Yeah.
telepathy. Yeah, you absolutely can.
Okay, I would like to do that. And then I just let them know that if they need anything, just let me know. And then I walked out.
Okay. As the doors slam behind your friends, you face the man who, for most of your life, has been known as your father. He sort of runs a ringed hand over the desk and says, I wondered how long it would take for you to mature past the foolishness that made you flee Telviera. You clearly do not understand the depths of the perception that your leaving brought on the Stromhouse name. Did you know that they thought that you were the one who killed that Benedetti boy? Of course you didn't. You didn't think. You never do. Just another in a long string of disappointing actions by you, Melody.
I apologize.
If apologies were enough, Melody, we would see eye to eye for far longer than we have. I do not ask for your apologies. I ask that you be better.
When he says that, she Whispers is going to like it's still kind of automatic. Like she like straightens up once again. Um and she is going to kind of just bite the inside of her cheek. Um and it's like a slight flinch. But it's very subtle. And she keeps her eyes downcast, but uh will attempt to reason with Bertolt. Um, and she says, I understand that my actions may have reflected upon you poorly. Uh,
Reflected not just upon me, Melody, but the Stromhouse name. My name.
yes,
The name I have given you. And you tarnish it at every turn.
I admit my first thought was that my absence would help society move on faster. It was an attempt to shield the Stromhouse name.
That just shows how foolish you are. Running makes you look guilty, Melody. Whether you killed the boy or not is not important. The Benedettis were out for blood. I lost valuable shipping contracts trying to appease them. And here you return. Whispers. Not even claiming your rightful name, like a thief in the night. What are we to think? Did you kill the boy?
No, no. I wouldn't have jeopardized so much for that.
Well, we shall embark on a publicity campaign to revitalize the image of the Stromhouse name. Of course, there will need to be a new marriage. I will begin interviewing potential candidates on the morrow. The sooner we can get you married and off, the better it will be. There could be perhaps another Benedetti, one of his cousins, or another of their ilk would appease them. We shall see what I can negotiate, but you, of course, will return home, resume your duties, and I will expect perfection from you in the coming days, Melody. These servants may be dismissed. I will have you attended day and night by Benedetti servants that I have taken in. Lucio's former household. I took in as a bit of a political move to soothe the waters.
I understand. I will do my best to restore the tarnishes that I've left. But first, I must tell you
Melody,
there is.
I do not want your best. Your best has constantly been a deep disappointment to me. Do not promise me your best. Promise me success.
Of course. I
Good.
have word, however, something that I believe should be brought before the Gilded Assembly post haste, as it jeopardizes the lives and livelihoods of everyone in the city.
Oh, I cannot wait to hear another one of the fairy tales you have concocted for yourself. Keep it short. I have other things to be about this evening.
Father, might I assume that you have heard the name Thalassix?
He says this name is meaningless to me. Is that a company, a merchant I should be doing business with? Perhaps a new competitor out of Tilviera?
No, it is. It is a monster. A monster that has recently been resummoned and will be at the city walls in a matter of days. If it is
Melody,
not
we do not have time for your idle fantasies. There is real work to be done.
that is what
There is
I'm trying
coin
to
to be made.
There is no time, Father, which is exactly why we need to meet with the Gilded Assembly now.
You, you wish to meet with the assembly. Melody, please. Is this about your mother? Has she filled your head with more idle fancies and delusions?
Now, I think you
Did you
know
go
very
see
well
her?
I have not. I know you have surveillance there. Don't lie to me. You know that I've not seen her.
Of course, yes. Where did you acquire this idle fancy of yours? Do you have a single shred of evidence about this threat?
Did I take anything from like the temple while we were in Reverie? I'm trying to remember. Like, is there anything that I could have brought that would prove?
I don't know. Look at your inventory. Did you bring anything?
Let's see. I have the ring of necrotic resistance that I got off of the dwarf corpse.
I mean, uh, You can pull it out, but he just looks at it and says, "Of middling quality at best." So there is a threat that you have no evidence of, no specific melody. You must understand that this is a very delicate political time. The assembly must weigh the needs of the consortium upstarts as well as managing the Archon. This is not a time for your foolish womanly fantasies.
Can I make any sort of like, because I have silver tongue as a feat.
Okay.
So
I
I'm trying to think
mean,
of how to make the argument, but is there a way that I can argue with him to make a charisma check so maybe convince
yeah.
him?
I mean, certainly. I mean, when appropriate in the discussion, I will call on you to
Right.
make a check.
Okay.
But you currently have offered nothing that would even have the possibility of convincing him to do what you want. So until you do, I don't think a charisma check is necessarily warranted. You can definitely tell he is like very carefully examining you, and I mean, Bert Holt is very successful for many reasons, but one of them is that he reads people quite well. And you can tell that he believes that you believe this, but
Hmm.
he also sort of sees you as a flighty child.
Yeah.
And, it's sort of like when your 3-year-old comes in and says there's a monster under her bed, you don't call the police. You like pat her on the head and go, "Of course there's not."
Yeah. 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 Yeah.
Can I do my birdly squawks real quick? I just Conflex squawk attacked by Sakari squawk Reverie in arms. And I'll leave it at that.
Bertolt will sort of look at the parrot and say, "And where did you come upon such an unsightly pet? Perhaps a small dog would be more suitable for you." Melody. This
Can I transform into a small dog?
You certainly can. I don't know how he's going to react to that, but
That's a him problem, not a me problem.
Oh, my dad sucks so bad. He's the worst. I designed him this way, but oh, he's the worst.
yeah, you want to transform into like a small dog.
Yeah, like a floofy Pomeranian.
Okay. As you transform to Fluffy Pomeranian, Berthold sort of raises a single eyebrow and says, "Perhaps that pet is more suitable for you, so long as you can teach it to be silent."
I say
She
nothing.
I believe, is the finest creature on this plane of existence, and I will not have you speak to her that way.
You will not, Melody. Clearly, you have picked up some bad habits in the wider world. If you believe you can tell me what I may or may not do.
I finally meet his gaze, and I'm staring daggers at him.
He stands up and plants a hand on the table and says, was the reminder of your mother not enough, Melody, to show you the power I have over you? You will obey, or more will be taken from you. Do you understand?
Oh, I understand perfectly well.
Good. Be obedient, and you will be rewarded. Act rashly like a child, and you will be punished.
I'm like grinding my teeth to, to avoid just outright cussing because I'm like, oh, I do need him because they're not gonna listen to me at the Gilded Assembly. I know they're not. But oh, um, yeah. But I am going to try to be a little forceful with him. Um,
And what?
and so I think
How are you going to convince him to help you? Because so far, I don't think much convincing has been done.
I'm just trying the obedient tack, and I don't think that's getting anywhere. So I think maybe what I do instead is man, okay. How do I go about this?
He sort of, as you compose yourself and as you think, he sort of looks at you and arches an eyebrow in like a very like condescending manner. Like he sees your internal struggle to like be the person he wants you to be, and you see actually like a small smile on his face. Like he's enjoying the sort of ability to make you act a certain way.
Yeah, yeah, that tracks for him. uh,
He sort of looks at you and he says, Mendy, while these idle fantasies of yours may be entertaining, there is real, genuine work to be done to maintain Stromhouse name. There is no reason we cannot be partners in this. Perhaps I could even arrange a visit with your mother. You'd like that, wouldn't you?
I don't say anything, but I think by my expression alone, he can tell. He can tell that I'm like, damn it, all right.
The reports say her health is quite delicate these days. You know, the mental instability is sometimes too much for her. I've seen her and she misses you, Melody. She asks about you. I wish you could be reunited, but it is difficult, of course, especially when you consistently oppose my plans.
Fine.
What do you think? How do you think your mother would feel if she knew that you abandoned her, ran out into the world, fleeing like a child, without a thought of the people who have raised you, cared for you? Do you think she would be proud of you?
I have the mental link going with Scarlet and Alarie, right?
Mhm.
Yeah.
Does that grant them any sort of like insight into like my current head, like thoughts or brain, or
No,
is it?
it allows you to speak telepathically. So if you wish to say anything to them, I would say, given that Alari is not there, if you were willing, she could certainly listen in on this, but she does not like have like the ability to read your mind or anything like that.
Okay. Okay. Um, uh, I am gonna reach out to her real quick, and I'm like, did where are you guys? Did anyone bring anything from the temple or anything about Thalassics?
Let me ask the rest of the group. And so, I assume we're all gathered in like a
Yeah, you
room or
guys are
something.
like gathered in like a waiting room. There's like the stuff in here, it's nice, but like this is clearly like a place for like the lower class to wait. There's not like caviar canapes, there's like mini hamburgers. Sort of lower class stuff. Probably stuff the servants eat, if even that. Um, so I will tell you, I look back at my notes, you guys actually didn't grab anything from the temple. Besides the loot on the wall. Now, I actually do believe that Mortarian did take a charcoal. I have in my notes he took like a charcoal rubbing, but it wasn't from anything about thoracics.
Okay. Okay.
However,
Um,
as you guys sort of talk back and forth about this, um, there is no proof you can offer Berthold, save for the letter from the canon that Caldwell carries. But that was for the
Okay.
eyes of the Archon.
Right.
But Berthold will sort of continue and he'll say, Mel, I can see you are emotional about this threat. He says with kind of like a threat, like whatever. He says, if you could give me some assurances of your behavior, perhaps I would be willing to humor this little womanly fantasy of yours.
Understood.
whispers.
You will, of course,
Hmm.
return.
Whispers.
Return to your. Go ahead.
You'll feel a cold shiver run down your spine. It kind of feels alien. It kind of feels foreign, but it is also familiar in the sense that you do recognize that it is Caldwell's presence. It
So,
base
quick, quick note, quick note,
hmm,
Caldwell. You can only see and hear.
I know.
You are not part of the telepath. Okay, go ahead.
I know. So I can only see and hear. So I'll explain it for the audience that I am Eldritch Adept. I have learned an invocation and have casted Gaze of Two Minds. You touch a willing humanoid and perceive through the senses until the end of your next turn. Action to main. As long as the creature is on the same plane of existence as you, you are blinded and deafened to your own surroundings. So, if willing, I've been able to hear this whole conversation that Melody has been having with her father.
Yeah.
I would say because Melody was open to the mental connection from Alarie, even though she was probably for continuity of what's happened here, I would imagine that that openness would probably have extended to you.
Okay.
Um,
Within
although maybe, yeah, it would not be necessarily of her knowledge.
yeah, within a moment, you'll feel that trickle disappear and fade away. And seconds later, I'll throw the doors open. Oh, enough of this horse shit. Whispers. That was the girl who drowned 2 galleons. Why are you so meek and meager right now?
Caldwell, we need him.
You see, Caldwell, as you look back, Berthold is leveling a very finely made revolver at you and says, I do not allow servants to speak to me thus. Melody, control your servants, or they will be controlled.
I step in between him in front of the gun. And I like walk straight up to it. Like wherever he's like leveling it, I'm like that the barrel's touching my body, whatever it is. And I say, go ahead. Do it.
I
Investment
put
finally go to waste.
one hand on Melody's shoulder and push her aside gently. He wanted proof. You want proof? The tremor in Caldwell's hand begins to shake a little more. His eyes begin to glow green. Do you want proof of eldritch power? Do you want proof that something is wrong?
He shoots you. Does a 29 hit you?
Oh, absolutely.
Okay,
Fuck.
that is... You take... 39 points of piercing damage
Damn.
as he shoots you in the chest. A loud crack echoes, and the rest of you in the house can hear it. Guards immediately rush in, Caldwell. You threatened a very powerful man in his place of power. You are more... I'm more than happy to go to combat if you wish to fight this. I will tell you, in the next 2 rounds, about 20 guards rush into the room.
I mean, I won't fight this. It was more
Okay.
just to prove that, yeah.
Yeah, they will. I'm gonna say, narratively, if you're not gonna fight this, they are basically to club you to unconsciousness.
Okay.
As this happens, like right in front of you, Melody, as Caldwell is just beaten by the guards, many of whom you know, you watch Bert Hulk just sort of puts the gun down on the desk, leans forward, and says, "Your servants are poorly mannered, Melody. Did you think this was the way to get what you want? To have your thugs threaten me? As though I am defenseless in my own home."
They aren't my
Not
servants,
you.
they're my friends.
People of our station do not have friends, Melody. Abandon this delusion. If anything, all this proves is how serious you are about needing my help. So, you want my help? What are you willing to pay for it in?
I'll come back. I'll come back and I'll stay. And I'll do what needs to be done.
You watch, like during this, all like as you're having this conversation, like Caldwell's just being like beaten with the butts of spears. He's clearly unconscious.
Jesus.
They're not gonna kill him, but like and like I imagine like it's really hard to stand there and look Bert Holt in the eye. He has zero expression on his face from what just happened. Like he does not give a shit. He says, "You will obey every request. You will marry whom I tell you.
Yes.
Are we understood?"
Yes.
Good. One favor, Melody. One, in payment for a lifetime of service to the Stromhouse name. One final favor. Payment for the rest of your life of service.
I look at him dead in the eye, and I am also trying my best to see if like this is not affecting me. um, uh, and I look and I say, I promise I'll do exactly what needs to be done.
exactly what I tell you needs to be done.
Yes.
I'm gonna ask you this, Whispers. Are you being honest right now, or are you lying?
Hell no. I'm lying through my teeth.
Okay.
Yeah. But she's doing her best not to show it. If I need to roll like a charisma check to like lie.
Yeah, I'm gonna have you roll a contested charisma to insight check. Now, I will tell you, Berthold has a +9 to insight. So let's see.
Okay.
Go ahead and roll.
You have advantage.
You do
Yep.
have advantage. Let's see. Berthold rolls a 24.
I rolled a 28.
Ooh.
Okay. As Berthold stands in front of you, he looks you in the eye, and you see the reason he has done so well for himself. He has a merchant's eye for lying. But in this moment, Melody, perhaps for the first time, you know that you will not do what he wants. And in this moment of seizing power, you see he believes you because he wants to believe you. He sort of opens his arms and says, "Then come here, dear, and give your father a hug."
Inflict what? No, I'm just kidding.
I
At this
do.
point,
I
At this point, you see like Caldwell is being like dragged out, and he's leaving like a smear of blood on the white carpet.
I I touch or like I touch my hand by shoulder where Scarlet is sitting. Or if she's turned back into if she's still in the dog farm, I set her down. Um and I in her head go, he needs you, go to him. I'll take care of this. Um and
I'll follow after the body.
and I hug Bertolt, and as I do it though, there is like behind his back, so he can't see. There's a crackle of quick lightning between my fingertips, and I like kind of clench my hands, um,
Yeah.
and then
It is
relax
like
them.
if anyone was watching, both the people doing these hugs are being very performative about it. Like there's no genuine warmth here from either side. And I think that's always been how it was. But this act of sort of buying into this fantasy that Berthold is trying to create convinces him. And as you sit back down, he says, "So, what favor will you have from me, daughter?"
One meeting. One meeting with the Gilded Assembly, with you backing me.
The assembly for this threat that's coming, would it not be better to meet with the Archon himself?
If it can be done, then yes.
Melody, it can be done this very evening.
Be so, Father.
Well, let us not delay. I would not wish anyone to believe I am not the sort of man who pays my debts. You watch as he reaches back and he pulls out like a fine, like ermine cloak and a walking stick and begins to walk out. Now, Melody, you know that in addition to many other things, Berthold is a powerful spellcaster. And you know this because you are one of the few people on Earth who sees him with his gloves off. And you know, much like yours, he has tattoos on his fingers denoting his ability to spellcast. And as he walks out, you see 7 fingers tattooed. Um, he says, "Well, if we must not delay, let us go see the Archon at once. I assume you will wish your friends to join us?
Yes.
Of course. Uh, Excepting the one, of course, who was so unwise as to assault me in my own home. Meanwhile, Caldwell, you are being dragged through the house by your hair. Just
Nice.
leaving these like long blood stains that you see like servants are like mopping up right after. The guards will take you out, like drag you through
Oh,
the
I'm
house,
so sorry. I was trying to resolve it peacefully.
drag you through the house, drag you down the stairs by the hair, and then throw you into the street along with the trash.
Nice.
Nice.
Yeah. So Lottie,
Can
you
I?
wish to go with him?
Well, can I follow after real quick to grab and cast Healing Word and grab the letter that we need and go
Yeah,
back?
easy enough. Easy enough. Yeah, Caldwell is unconscious. He, for all intents and purposes, they were not trying to kill him. At least without orders from Berthold, they're not going to murder somebody in the house, at least. Although you hear one of the guards ask, "Should we throw him in the ocean?" And one of the other guards is like, "Eh, I think just the trash is fine." You know.
They're like, he'll probably get sepsis and die.
Yeah. They're like they keep talking about like what an idiot he is for like threatening Berto. He's like God, no one's been dumb enough to threaten the master in years. One of them is like he looks like pirate scum, so it's not surprising he's dumb. Okay. Yeah, you're thrown into the gutter. You catch a healing word, but I would say for the rest of this, you are out of it. Unwise move. Yeah, certainly, Lottie, you can grab the letter from his unconscious corpse and carry it back in. I mean, Berthold will give you like the eye as you're like transforming in front of him, but he doesn't. You're not really a threat to him, so he doesn't really care.
Little does he
Anyway,
know.
Little does he know.
you all gather. Berthold like does not address or acknowledge any of you besides Melody. But you all gather in Berthold's portal room. And you watch as he sort of takes from one of his pouches what looks like a bit of ash and throws it on the ground and says, "Follow me." You watch as the glyph lights up and he steps into this glyphed circle and then vanishes.
Yep, we follow through. I look at everyone and I'm like, I'm so sorry.
Before we go through again, sorry, let me just recast Enhance Ability one more time, just in case.
Yeah, okay.
Okay. Berthold takes you now. You guys would obviously not know this because you appear in like a stone room with a number of guards in it who like level spears at you and then see Berthold and quickly give him salutes instead. Um, Berthold says, "Follow me, Melody. We are meeting with the Archon in 5 minutes."
Yes, Father.
He,
Do I have the letter now?
yeah. I would
Great.
say Lottie has brought you the letter. Um, Berthold Stromhouse is one of the most powerful men in Telvira. He is one of the few who has the teleportation circle to the Strategos, which is where you are. Now, I would say none of you, probably but Whispers, would know this. Whispers, you've been in here a number of times before. The Strategos is not so far from the Berthold Manor in the Les Fleches district, which is, if you guys recall, when you entered the city, you saw a massive fortress. Now, I'm going to show you quick. No, I'm not going to show you what the outside looks like because you wouldn't see it. But you're in the midst of a fortress, and as Berthold walks through, you see people get the fuck out of his way. Like people are in the hallways will like dip to the side as he walks through. Many will bow or genuflect. For you, Melody, this is par for the course. Berthold is one of the 4 or 5 richest men in Telviera, which means he's one of the 4 or 5 most powerful men in Telviera. He is in many ways probably equivalent to the Archon. And so when Berthold walks, people get the fuck out of the way. And they're happy to do so as he walks through the hallways of the Strategos. After about 3 or 4 hallways, Berthold and you all push through the heavy doors of the main chamber of the Strategos. You see here a number of people wait, and when Berthold pushes in, everybody shuts the fuck up for about 5 seconds because nobody throws the doors of the Strategos open like Berthold does. He just gestures forward, and the doors open. You see couriers dart between clusters of armored captains and field commanders, many bearing parchment, while others seem to be gathered in small groups. Maps stretch across long tables covered in weights. You see, Melody, you've met this man once or twice before. This is a peer of Berthold, who sits across the room on an iron throne. Sits on a simple, high-backed iron chair. He wears a plain uniform, almost functional, with an ornate crimson half cape. This is the Archon, Saladar Theros. This is the head of the Telvieran military. He says, he's like in the middle of a conversation with someone, and then turns and says, Bertolt, my friends, I got your message. What can I do for you? Bertolt says, Oh, yes, Salidar, my old friend. My daughter wishes to speak with you about an imminent threat to Telviera. You would be wise to listen to her. You see the 2 men sort of share a look, and you can almost feel like the electricity of like these 2 powerful individuals. The Archon raises an eyebrow, and then Berthold raises an eyebrow and nods, and just like that, some sort of deal or something is made, and the Archon says, "Of course, Stalin. Of course, Berthold. Anything for my old friend. Come, Melody, was it not? It's been some time since I've seen you. All grown up, I see."
Yes, my lord. It is a true pleasure to meet with someone as wise and excellent as you. Uh,
Bear
I
me the
bring.
praise, Melody. I am a simple man. If you truly bring a threat to my city to me, then you need not speak to me with such formality.
Understood. I bring a missive from Reverie. I was there when the city was attacked.
From Reverie.
Yes. And I will take the canon leader's letter over.
Okay.
Um,
He takes it. He sort of unrolls it and reads it. You see, he like raises an eyebrow. The only eyebrow you can see because one side is covered by a large eye patch. He says, Interesting. Uh, I knew of the Principate's invasion, but this Thalassic's character is unknown to me.
yes. Thalassix is an ancient threat. There are forces working in the Principate in order to resurrect Thalassix. If this comes to fruition, Telviera most certainly be, if not wiped off the map, irreparably damaged.
Berthold says, as he sort of sees, he's like reading the Archon. The Archon, shockingly, does not look surprised by what you're saying. And Berthold, sort of reading this, goes, and if this is true, Salvador, it could drastically affect trade. Think of the damage to our coffers. The Archon sort of raises an eyebrow at Berthold, who sort of grins at him a little bit. These are two men who have played probably many power games between them and know each other very well. The Archon says, is this Thalassix by any chance have another name? The Fractured Terror.
Yes,
Huh. So the Paladin was not lying. Interesting. Interesting. I would normally doubt what you have to say, but I received a warning not but 3 days ago from a Paladin of Tempest from distant Aurora. They spoke of somebody coming with a warning for a creature called the Fractured Terror. Hmm. So, the Iron Seraph spoke true. I should know better than to doubt the Aurorans and their powers of foresight. So, this creature is rising. What do you wish for me to do about it?
if we do not kill Thalassix, the city will be ruined. If you find it wise, I would ask that you organize a fleet and my friends and I are planning to lead the charge in order to defend the city.
Go ahead
If
and make a persuasion check.
I have advantage, please.
You do indeed.
Please. I might not need it, but I'm gonna roll again anyways. I got 2 17s, so that's going to be another 28.
Okay. He looks you up and down, looks Berthold up and down, and you see there is a Nutley. You may not like the game of politics, but you are politically savvy enough to know that there are many words being spoken in the gazes and the looks these two men are giving each other. You see that even though you're talking, Saladar Theros seems far more focused on Berthold. And you understand that at this point, this has turned from a warning into part of a larger political game. However, as you say this, Theros looks at you and he sort of looks deep into your soul and says, very well. I believe this threat to be credible enough to release a fleet. Of course, not under your command, but one of my subordinates. I do have a subordinate who specializes in sort of the more arcane pursuits. And you see Bert Holzer stands behind you and puts a hand on your shoulder and says, and of course, Theros, it will be known that the Stromhouses brought this warning to Telviera. Yes? Theros sort of gives him a wry smile and says, of course, Bertolt. Credit will be given where credit is due.
Thank you, Lord Archon. And I draw another extremely deep curtsy.
Okay.
Yep.
Okay. You see as the Archon calls out and says, calls out to the room and says, "Bring me my lieutenant." And for a moment, nothing happens, and then Mortarian, where are you looking right now? I might do you care at all about what's going on here between the two of them?
Not overly. Looking at the pretty architecture again.
Go ahead and
Just
make me a
staring at the
perception.
ceiling.
Go ahead and make me a perception check.
Yep. Perception check. Is that coming through? 13, I believe that is.
Okay, that's not enough. Not enough to notice this before it happens. You see the crowd sort of part, Melody, and the rest of you turn, and Melody, do you know that moment where you feel like your heart beating in your ears? Like the bump,
Yep.
the bump. As the crowd parts, there is a figure that emerges. And Mortarian, you look over and see this too, and you have the same almost visceral reaction. As the Archon says, "Yes, let me introduce you to my consultant on magical creatures and phenomena, the one Lieutenant Leonardo Centauro." As you see a figure very unlike the rest of the generals in this room, handsome, golden skin, and fully unbothered like a peacock among turkeys. Where the others in the room wear weighty armor and hard lines of command, oh, this figure is very different. He wears a open linen shirt that clings to his muscular frame. Its casualness, a fashion statement by the mere contrast of the people around him. A thin gold chain hangs on his chest, a token, perhaps to some god, but more likely a stylistic choice. His face is unreadable, youthful, sculpted, calm, his mouth caught on the edge of a private smile. His eyes, green, glance past people. There's a smoothness to him, the neat flow from his dark hair and the practiced ease of his stance. His presence is effortless, almost too relaxed for the formality here. As he walks up, he says, "Of course, my Archon. The Lady Stromhouse and I are very familiar. I am eager to rekindle our relationship. We did business together once in the past, and, well, let us just say this business will not just be work, but also perhaps a bit of pleasure." You see, from the crowd, these army guys, there's a bit of a snicker. You can see even Bert Hull sort of sort of that confident, gross man laugh at a crude joke. As in front of you all stands the one Leonardo Centauro. And that, my friends, is where we will end this session.
Oh.
Okay.
You give me 2 more hours?
Okay.
Just
Okay.
1 more?
Oh, gonna have to try to not punch him directly in the face.
Well, I think you all learned this session the sudden violence that can happen when you threaten very powerful people. If you have questions or concerns, you may speak to Caldwell.
Oh, thank you for the bit,
Yeah.
Smokey.
Hey friends, great session. We are right where I want us to be at the end of this session. There will be one final session. Because there are still some demons to face, including, of course, the Lassics. So I hope you all can hold for 2 weeks as we get there. There is so much left to resolve. Leonardo, Berthold, the Lassics. This twisted web is almost stretched out. Let's see how the dice fall next time we play.
Uh,
Mhm.
Thank you,
ah,
guys.
Isn't my goal was to make him hot, but like you hate how hot he is because he's a trash person, and I hope that's what came through.
Mhm.
Alrighty.
Yep.
Thank you guys so much for joining. I made choices. You know, everybody made choices. Everybody always makes choices. You know what I mean? You know what I mean?
D&D, the game of choices.
Exactly. Exactly.
Yeah. I like my favorite part is how I very clearly was like, oh yeah, this guy's super powerful and super influential, and you were like, I'm gonna threaten him. That
I wasn't
seems like
necessarily
the
even
thing.
thinking of
I mean,
threatening.
Caldwell.
I was thinking more,
Cal-
yeah, it fit him, but it was also like I was thinking more like we had no proof. You literally said earlier we had no proof, so it's like the only way to display anything Eldritch is to display Eldritch, right? And granted, he's not gonna display it in a calm manner, especially considering how belittling like this and dismissive this guy is. And also from his standpoint, and even my own standpoint as a player, like this was just like a rich and like yes, rich and influential, but didn't know how powerful. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Mhm.
So
Well,
choices were made, and I got dragged up in my
choices were
hair,
made.
and this is fun.
Don't worry, we'll get him back. We
It
will
took a
get
little
him back.
ride. Took a
I
little
wasn't sure how
ride.
this was gonna go, so I was withholding my judgment on Scarlett's plan to sacrifice her father's heart. Think she might be on board now.
Probably
Hear me out, though.
my favorite
I
mental imagery from this session is like Calda with his like slightly long hair just being dragged through these like white marble corridors, just leaving this like stain of blood. And there's probably like 3 servants with mops right behind, just like immediately mopping it up.
Well, alrighty. Thank you guys so much for joining for our second to last session of this campaign. I hope you guys have enjoyed the journey so much as we have, because we've definitely enjoyed just coming together and creating this story, not only for our audience, but also for each other. It's been a ton of fun. Can we get a W in the chat for our dear DM Dom for putting this all together, as per always? It's a lot of work behind the scenes, and he does it as a labor of love, and we are so thankful to have him with us. And because you guys have all put W's in the chat, I can now say goodbye to you guys in a row. Goodbye, DJ Chirio. Goodbye, King_Chewy. Goodbye, Neko Noir. VT. Goodbye, Numpty the Bard. Goodbye, Azalea. That happens to be like all of you guys in a row in this party. Goodbye, Blue Roses. Goodbye, Castle Rat. Goodbye, Annie14 Love. Goodbye, Alex Lamia. Welcome in, a Casual Crusader, and a goodbye. Goodbye, Mookie Mook. And I want to thank you guys for joining us, and be prepared in 2 weeks for our final session. But before we say our final goodbyes, let's start from the left to say our outros.
Yeah. Final session. Final session. Yeah. One more, please. Please. No. No, it's been great. Yeah, it's been a good time. No. A little relaxation before almost party death with Cornwall getting shot. I was scared for a moment there that it was just like, okay, time to start a hour-long fight session. And then at the very end, let's take his heart. Hopefully with love.
Yeah.
It was a little bit sad, but we're okay. We got out of it fine, and he, Coolwell's just got a couple bruises. It's fine. It's
Oh,
fine.
and
We're
for the record,
fine. We have a cleric.
And a bullet hole through his chest.
Yeah, that too.
39 points of
Yeah,
damage.
it's
bullet
just little
hole.
graze, really. You know.
Yeah,
that's
just but a flesh
fine.
wound. I should go back
But
and
a
get the
flesh
heart
wound.
so I get more power. I'll be like, I'm not strong
I was
enough.
about to
You
say,
can pick up the
if
heart.
he's shot through the chest, if he's shot through the chest and the heart, that just means like he can just go get another one, right? He knows where one's. We know where one's buried.
You don't know where it's buried. I know where it's buried.
Okay, with that, lovely Dagona.
Please, may I have another? But yes. I hope you all had as great of a time as I did, getting to peek a little bit more into my girl Whispers. I've been waiting a long time to for some of these reveals and to meet some of these characters. So, oh baby, I was so excited. And with all that, even though I specifically requested that Berthold be an asshole, I still was unprepared for Berthold to be an asshole. But yes, it was a great session. Excellent RP all around. Yeah, I am super glad to be back, like I said. So, in one more session, baby, let's fucking do it. I'm ready to kill a Hydra. All right, cheerio.
What if, hear me out, we do more than one more session and just do like a long form campaign? Right? Right? I will throw in 3 boba pearls to the boba pot for our dear DM if that means we can continue. No, it's been a lot of fun.
Yeah.
DM.
I was gonna say if I went to the street and like picked up cans instead of planning for this session, I could buy everyone boba. Buy the world boba. I know some people were up with me late last night trying to figure out exactly how to make Berthold fucking evil.
Yeah, props to you. You've been great. This has been such a fun campaign. And like the way that we're growing as characters based off of the characters you create is phenomenal. So, yeah, that's all. I hope you guys are having as much fun as we're having. And Numpty, how are you today?
I'm doing pretty good. No, I've been enjoying the absolute heck out of this campaign. I have very much enjoyed this session as well as usual, but I mean, I have to say it's amazing seeing Dom so seamlessly put the adoring fan from Oblivion in his campaign with Thyra's super fan. And
Hey,
it was very interesting learning Thyra's backstory as well. How she seems to be like the one, maybe there's 1.5 of us, but like one real like decent human that's in the party.
I'm that bad. Sorry. I think of when it's like justice.
Yeah, instead of one brain cell, we have one moral compass, and it is
Essentially, I will also just be like, okay, yeah. Like last time it was just like, oh, he treated you bad? Oh, okay, yeah, he dies. Okay, yeah.
He dies.
yeah. Fuck this guy.
Like that's kind of reasonable, right? Because like that was,
that's
that was
reasonable.
animal abuse.
I mean,
like,
that was
he
one
deserved
rule is that
that.
like if you're an asshole, then you're done. And Bertold is an asshole.
So he's done.
Yeah, so
he's done.
Yeah,
Yeah, exactly. Nobody backed me up.
very interesting to see the like one person with a somewhat functioning moral compass, and it was also very interesting to see our blue lady and her backstory and everything like that. All of the fancy mansion, fancy people, all that sort of stuff, and I don't know. There's just something cathartic about seeing Caldwell get like beaten with sticks.
Thanks.
I mean, I kind of agree. Not gonna lie, not gonna lie. I feel like we kind of all needed that.
Oh.
You're reinforcing dickish behavior. It's like, oh, he tries to do one good thing, beat him with a stick. Well, now he's just evil.
You get the spray bottle out.
To be honest though, if Coldwell's plan hadn't have succeeded, like Mortarian would have done the exact same thing and had the exact same result. So
100%. Yeah. Well, I think, obviously, narratively, I think it was the reason it happened was one, because of the way he did it, but also two, it was kind of Whisper's moment, I always believe in trying to like give the players their spotlight. And I think, in the end, Whispers had a choice. She could either go back to the way things were, because there's a comfort in that, of course, or she could do what she chose to do and look Bert Holt in the eye and fucking lie to him.
Oh, I was like, you might have a +9, but baby, I have a +11, and with
Yeah.
Silver Tongue, I can't roll below a 10. So
Yeah. But yeah, guys.
over
Yeah, sorry. I guess I just kind of
Zaylee?
seized that from you there, Numpty.
No, it's all good. I was just about to say over to Zaylee.
Yeah.
But
That's right, Zaylee. I'm sorry. Go ahead.
Too short. That was too short. Anyways. Yeah, no, great session. It's been fun. I'm very excited to see where this goes. Finale, baby, 2 weeks from now. Um, but let me just ask chat real quick if they know anything where I can get that merchandise. The Thyra merchandise. Asking for a friend, obviously.
I hope you do realize I will be drawing Thyra merchandise. Get ready,
Oh,
y'all.
please, please.
She needs 12 abs. She
Her
needs.
biceps are going to be so big.
She needs to have
Can we
12
add a little
abs
accessory on it
specifically.
for the hoops? Like the little
Yeah.
cover for her hoops.
I
Of the
think,
little
I think
booties?
it's like one of those things where she comes with like, she's like the Abyssinian version of a Barbie doll, where she comes with like clothes you can swap out, and like different weapons, and like she has like a fully rotational like arms and stuff, and she can be in like every different pose.
Oh, it's
Let's be nice to Thyra and get the shoes cover with grippers. That would be nice.
That'll be my next sponsor for anyone who has hooves.
Does she like light up at her rage?
Well, this is my official announcement that I'm releasing a line of Thyra merch. So if you want, feel free, Venmo me. You can subscribe to my throne. It's all there. Don't worry about it. Actually, I don't think that's how throne works, but yeah, guys, yeah, we're coming. All of the little webs that I've laid over this campaign are coming together. All the decisions you've made thus far are good or bad, are sort of coming to roost. You are now part of a much larger game, and so we'll see how everything ends. We are going to do one more session. I believe, unless something horrible happens, that will be the end of our story with these characters. Obviously, we'll miss them, but as the crisis wraps up, we will send them on to their epilogues. Now, I do want to tell chat, depending on how much time next session takes, obviously impossible for me to really plan out the time. We will either do a post-campaign Q&A with chat, and obviously all of the players can ask me questions right after the final episode, or we will schedule it for later time depending on time constraints. I love doing these because I know people always have questions about what if this had happened, or what if that we didn't investigate. So I want to make sure as we wrap up these characters that I also give you guys some closure on how things could have turned out. So yeah, if you have questions, join Vog's Discord, write them in the chat. I don't know what a Claire Obscure epilogue is because I don't spoil myself like that, but it will be basically a real epilogue where we'll see where the characters go in the next 2, 5, 10 years. And that's really up to the players. So I don't know what they're going to do. I'll work on it with them. But yeah, thank you guys for coming along this journey. I'm really excited for this last session. I got some surprises. We'll still get some drops, and then let's see how it all ends up. Back to you, Vog.
Alrighty. With that said, I think we're gonna call it here. I hope you guys have a wonderful rest of your weekend. Rest of your weekend. In whatever time zone you're in, get some sleep, get some good food, take care of yourselves, and that is all. So, with that said, this is it for us. We'll see you for D&D in 2 weeks. Bye-bye now.